everybody. How you doing today? Very nice to see you. Welcome to The Purge. I'm Kane B, and I will be your host of this shenanigan-infused journey across the state of Idaho, directly in to Washington, D.C. Who knows? Who knows where we'll wind up? I got my green shirt on today. Hopefully you can see me okay. And I got a confession to make. I had a good night last night, and then I meant to clean up all this business right here, and of course you have lunch, and you're doing the show and all that. Cole, what's up? And so, of course, they're tearing up the street to do the sewers in front of my house, so when I went to do it, the water was off. Yay! So I get to look like a bum today. I hope you can handle it. And we got a lot for you today. Nothing real crazy happened last couple days. Did something crazy? Something popped up. Just shit we noticed, We went out to hot dogs yesterday, me and Rock, and we had some Coney Island dogs, and they were good. I had an orange milkshake. Rock had the strawberry. There you go. There's the whole thing. And let me see what else in the image. Where is Chelsea Whitaker when you need her? Is she trying to do the pop-in like Lucy Morningstar? Oh, I just kind of show up when I hear my name. That's what I do when I'm famous. Now, if you're here to find out, see how I'm a little sweaty here. Jimmy Johnson. Probably water. Why Brian Enton is digging in so deep to misconstrue everything with his 600 pages of documents or whatever, and he read all 600 pages because there's only 553, so that's good. There's Amy Conway. What's going on? And there's my Sleuthy Sweetheart. What's going on? Okay. So, yeah, it is and I'll show you here in a minute. But it's continuous attack after attack ever since, especially, I guess, the prison video. Let me log in to... How do I do this? Oh, maybe Sleepy knows. What's good, Mike? Nice to see you, man. It'll cool off here in a minute. I had the AC off all day, sweating to the oldies. And let's see. PC Black Control Panel. Don't look at my phone number, you guys. Good. I hate it when numlock is off. I really want it on. There you go. Get a little text on my phone. Yeah, look at all that fur on the face. I'm looking about like Twiz right now. Right? Is that kind of weird? It's about, I did it. Hold on, wait. You gotta leave me. You gotta leave me. Wait for the beat. Alright, this is a fun one, and it's 15 whole minutes long. So I hope you can handle it. Let's see if Potsy is going to join us in here. Well, I should be catching the replay for all I care. Alright. Get out of here. Let's go.
Everybody wants to talk about twin flame sex.
Sit. Sit. Down. Bust a move. Bust a move. Bust a move.
Morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I
by now that if it got this sound, the Jet 2 Holiday, it's gonna be crazy. But I was not expecting this shit. I seen she was missing an arm. I'm like, all right, that's gotta be it. What the fuck? I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. Pulled off in that bitch. Skirt.
It's a mess. Stand by.
Come on, Jeffy.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
I went on a date this week, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, and the guy said I look like John Benet Ramsey. If she were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer if they'd found him. And we had a fun night of role playing. So.
What are you even doing with that?
I think I'll see him again.
What? Hey, you have something to talk about, right? Holy God almighty.
I think he nailed it.
It's rough out there. It's
I
rough
know.
out there, right?
I thought he was charming, you know?
So are you? Get it. Dan, give him a minute.
Let's make a cute little fall DIY. I found this wicked cute little frame at Dollar Tree, along with these adorable little dried flowers. I want to kind of put them all together and, you know, make like a really cute little floral witchy thingy for fall. You know what I mean? All you're going to need is some of this liquid adhesive, some of these cute little dried flowers here. I found them in this like black and gray, like muted. I was like, yes. And then one of these little frames. Just gonna put a little dot of this adhesive on each one. Oh crap, it might be dried out. Hang on. Okay, now we're good. So we're just gonna put like a little drop on each one and stick them onto our frame. Okay, do not do what I just did. You don't want to put your adhesive on this side. You want to flip them over and put it all on that side. Lesson learned.
Lesson learned.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, this is f***ing intimidating. Oh my God. Oh, they're literally taking someone, they're trying to, oh my God. I'm serious. Seriously f***ed up. Oh my God. Oh no, there are more people coming. Oh wow. No, there are people getting in front of the cars. Oh my God, they're running over the people in the car. Yeah, and the problem is they're trying to do it downtown on a crowded street. There are at least 20 people in front of the car. Someone's gonna get run over. Wow, someone's hanging off the car. Oh my God. Oh God.
So you can take it.
Taylor, right?
Yes.
Hey, can I sit in the front?
Sure.
This guy's drunk Riz is not so good.
How are you doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Appreciate you doing this for me.
You're welcome.
You know, you are the finest Uber driver I've seen out here.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Did you got anything going on after?
Maybe.
What's up, Donna?
You got any friends or?
No.
Alright, so it's just you then. For real? Alright then. Whatever, bro. Have a good night.
Here we are at Johnson Shut-Ins. Cohen and Kane are jumping off the high cliff.
I done it. Alright. Jump far out. $5. Hey. Well done. Hey, well done, sir. Good job. It's cold down there.
He's out of GP right now. Their biggest complaint is that the water's cold. I think I can handle that, Robert.
Bingo. Am I supposed to be jealous because you're getting your booty scratched? Oh, look at that face, Jesus.
Okay, so I guess I was at Culver's the other night, and this just is a testament to what I was saying before. It was closing time, and they had cars wrapped around the thing, and so I got to go in. They're still open to get the order I got. And the guy goes, this large gentleman, large short gentleman was like, what order you got? And I'm like, Wellington or something like that. And he's like, you want to come back here and bag it yourself? I'm like, all I said was the name. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. It was just the face. I'm like, I guess I have resting dick face. I don't know.
It must feel good to you. Gran getting the spot, Bingo.
I wasn't making
Bingo. Oh, cross-eyed, Bingo.
Hopefully this is... Oh, it is him! No, it's him! What?
liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. Today we did what we had to do. They counted on America to be passive. They were oh so fucking wrong.
That guy got out.
Because bombs are falling from the sky, will hit the target. Time to simplify. Whoa,
Who's
time
what?
to simplify. Oh yeah. Come on. Drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Oh, come on. Drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Oh, come on. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Drop the bomb. Bomb, bomb. Drop the bomb. Bomb, bomb. Drop the bomb. Bomb, bomb. Oh, come on. Drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Drop the
It's scary, Jeff and Shalia. Ah! We're gonna come and eat your children.
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
It's not your waiting. Say it.
Since from my do it self guys.
Honestly, I think this one.
I step outside and I take a deep breath, then I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on?
By now that if it got this sound,
And this
the
one.
Jet 2 holiday, it's gonna be crazy. But I
That
was
was
not
my favorite
expecting this
too.
shit. I seen she
Of
was
all
missing an
time.
arm. I'm like, all right, that's gotta be it. What the fuck? I couldn't believe my fucking eyes.
I guess the algorithm finally got the Barbie message after we did 100,000 posts and thumbnails with that. So welcome in, everybody. We got JJ Vance coming to join us later. Where is Meg P lately? I haven't seen her in a single live, and I don't have her texts, so I don't know what to do on that. I tagged her. I can't do anything more than that. But yeah, we JJ's at a Waker apparently or something, and so he. I know the basic. Anyway, turn this up. Whew, really warm today, 93 in the shade. We had lightning again, and it was following me around the house. Wherever I would go, lightning was like... The other day, it hit right outside the window during the live. It's within the... If I find Kermit the Frog there. So... I would say it's time for... Oh, I turned it off. It's same for Mews. Is there? All right. So, what do we got today? A local DNA expert now outlines details the dummy public missed because of the plea deal for Brian Koberger. This is what you missed out on, guys, because you weren't paying attention. So apparently, the single source. Let me stop this business up here. The single source DNA found on the knife sheath of the murder weapon in Moscow, Idaho crime scene may seem like a slam dunk on the surface. It did, after all, match the DNA of their dad, suspect of their dad. But Greg Hampakian says not so fast. We can identify who left DNA pretty well, really well. What we can't tell is how the DNA got there. Wow, somebody actually said it. The state of Idaho, through the crime lab, proffered to the court that they could tell how the DNA got somewhere. I very, very strongly disagree with that. And he lives right there in the local area. How do you like that? Hampick again says DNA on the Q-tip can be spread to many places where the original donor has never been. And even the prosecutor in the Koberger case, Bill Thompson, says Koberger's DNA was only one piece of their puzzle. There's no smoking gun, Thompson. Oh, I forgot I have sodas in the freezer. Hold on 1 second here. Oh, you know, if you catch it. You must forget something. And they would explode. Give me a second. Oh. Ooh, this is gonna be nice. Okay. Let's do a segment. You're just sweaty. Palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti. Where are we up? Okay, so open up. Got the peach drink. Right? Yes. Oh, right before it froze. Perfect again. Yeah, you can suck on some BS, Lucy. I know you meant such. Yeah. Okay. But DNA was the key piece that led law enforcement to Kohberger, who, years after his arrest, voluntarily confessed to the crime. Thompson explains how genealogy was used. Here we go. Kid was mansplaining. We got a tip via investigative genealogy with the name Brian Kohberger, and that enabled the investigators to start focusing on him. And the evidence fell into place pretty smoothly after that. Oh, brace yourself, Eugenie. It's just one issue Hamkian says would have liked to see explored in court. I would have liked to see a real hashing out of how the FBI issues genealogy, because I think the public needs to be aware. Hamkian says there's no enforcement to stop the FBI from using any public genealogy database to track down criminals. If you're okay with that, great. If not, Hamkian says you may be out of luck. So if this is the practice, those agreements are meaningless in terms of your privacy. Finally, there's the question of how a suspect lightly covered in BLOD could clean the supposed getaway vehicle of an incriminating DNA. Hamkian says it would have been difficult and interesting to hear details if the case had gone to court. It would have been hard, especially because you use bleach, which leaves stain, and usually trying to clean DNA usually results in just spreading it around. And Bill Thompson and crew were trying to say the fact that there was no DNA or there was no evidence was the evidence. Where's Swig? Let's call Twiz. I'm going to call him right now. I don't know what his problem is today. Okay, Jen says she'll try her best to get here. Let's pop smart Twiz here. He's in a... Oh, he's playing Risk. I wonder if he has Kamachka. Let's find out. Big Mikey, what's happening, brother?
To voicemail.
He must be invading some foreign country. I don't know. I wonder if they're going to play Stratego next, and then maybe a little Monopoly. Hamkian, but remember, Kohberger was pursuing his PhD in criminology. They can't seem to remember that because one of the things that Enton and company keep attacking is that on Christmas now, he was looking up and downloading documents about serial unalivers. God forbid that a criminology student does anything within his realm. They have nothing, so they literally continue. I just don't understand. He's pleaded guilty now. Why do you have to keep not proving that he did it? Where is your... I guess there's just a ton of money in it, just like JJ says. Super planner girl in the house. Hampigan's professional curiosity regarding DNA in the Kohberger case is in no way a suggestion that Kohberger is not guilty. He says other evidence and the plea deal paint a pretty clear picture. But he says the lack of a trial leaves many questions regarding the way federal authorities use DNA databases in the search for suspects. And there's them looking for the DNA. All right. false about, and this another year has started at U of I, my friends, and here we are still with more questions than we started with. Whole new class coming into the water tower there. Vandals are flocking back to campus this week. As we near the beginning of the fall semester, while the numbers aren't out yet, UI says that enrollment is looking good for the fall, with housing at 92% capacity, with renovations on the top 3 floors of Theopolis Tower completed, and more to come in Wallace Residence Center. Students can look forward to an elevated experience this year. New student orientation, week of welcome. Moving dessert with the dean. Let's see when Parents Weekend is this year. Oh, there it is. Oh, that doesn't look like they have Parents Weekend this year. Let's find out. Anyway. Fucking university. Alright. So, yeah, this is another one. And this, I guess, is the body cam. It's one of the few that ChristyNevada didn't come up with. For the kick door guy and the girl, and they tried to pin it on.
So I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Where did you see this person?
I was asleep,
Okay.
and then I woke up
Okay.
and it was just me and Sadie home at the time, and we both lived down in the basement, and my door was closed. I heard my door open, and I looked over, and someone was wearing a ski mask and had a knife like this.
Oh, okay.
And so I kicked the shit out of their stomach and screamed super loud, and they flew back into my closet and then ran out my door and up the stairs.
Okay, and that's the last you know is they ran up the stairs?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
when they got home, this back door was wide open.
Hang on one second, sir.
Okay, how long ago did this happen?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes at most.
Okay. And so between the 4 of you, it's the whole house?
Yeah.
No one else is there?
There's another unit.
Child abduction alert. I was like, what? I thought the hurricane was hitting us or something. Let's run this.
15, 20 minutes at most.
Okay. And so between the 4 of you, it's the whole house?
Yeah.
No one else is there?
There's another unit in the front, but there's just one person that lives down there. And then the 4 of us live up.
In the front?
Yeah, at the front door. There's stairs down at the front of the house. And
Okay.
there's another separate unit right down there at the bottom. And I think it's a 1-bedroom, maybe a 2-bedroom.
Are the stairs inside or outside?
They're outside.
Oh, okay. Is there access to that unit inside?
No.
Okay. 407-453. There is a separate unit with outside access to some stairs. That separate unit downstairs on the front cannot be accessed on the inside. So I'm assuming that you would like us to go through your place and make sure no one's there?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a sweep would be great.
So what I'd like you guys to do is stay in the vehicle and keep the doors locked until we come back to you.
Okay.
Miss Burke. Okay. So I got electrocuted. They believe it was an accident. Hopefully it was. And that was here in Seminole. What's this? Oh, this is a new trend that the kids are doing. What is up with the kid? Are we going to have to eliminate this entire generation? They've caught a serious edition of the dumbs. Teens caught in worrying viral Kool-Aid Man challenge before crashing through fence. So they're trying to do the Kool-Aid Man through the fence. And let me see. There's a video somewhere. Where is it? One of these is now. The two teens were seen putting their cell phones on the ground, presumably to record the entire stunt, before bursting through the fence. Augustine has since reported the incident to local police, but said this wasn't a unique event, adding that he returned home from a trip 2 years ago and had found his fence busted. It's not funny at all. I was just in shock again. These kids ran through the fence. They fled the scene. Are the kids even... Okay, so I guess this one has the kids running toward the fence there. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess they just must have not done... This look like little girls. First it was the bikes, and then this. Yeah, cool, man. So... apparently there is a little memorial in Skagit River Walk. Hundreds of kids and their family helped grow the game of basketball by playing basketball on the name of Ethan Chapin. Chapin was it. It happened in it. The money raised will go to fund equipment, shoes, gym time training, and scholarships for underprivileged kids in the community. I think he'd be so psyched about it. And it's true that there is a serious lack of funding for uniforms, equipment, and stuff for all the sports programs in the schools in lower income areas where the kids can't afford to buy it themselves. So that's a good thing. I'm very happy to see that. I've been hearing about a lot about it over at Chamberlain High School, especially. Packed Idaho event challenged Pastor Doug's movement. More than 250 people packed the Kenworthy Performing Arts Center in Moscow, Idaho on Friday evening for a live recording of Sons of Patriarchy, a podcast dedicated to exposing what its producers describe as abuse within Christchurch, Moscow, and Pastor Doug Wilson's broader religious movement. And if you've been paying attention, he has declared that his intention is to take over the U.S. federal government. We're all here because of a guy you know in this town. I won't even say his name. Isn't that ironic, though? In the town where all this happened, there is an undercurrent of a national, I don't know, takeover or interest in changing the world. And it's got momentum. This podcast, producers deliberately scheduled their first Moscow visit to coincide with Gracie Agenda, Christchurch Weekend Conference themed around C.S. Lewis's Narnia series. And if you follow Jage at all, you'll be familiar with the name C.S. Lewis. Some of the patriarchy gives voice to people who have been abused in a number of ways by churches, by Kirkers, by churches influenced by Doug's ideas. Moscow represents ground zero for the movement, he explained, because Christ Church is based there, and many church families send their children to New St. Andrews College, Wilson-affiliated institution, even though the church's influence extends nationally and internationally. The church's rapid growth has transformed Moscow's landscape. Since 2019, Christ Church has doubled in size, driven by families with 4 to 6 children on average, and what Wilson calls emigration from blue states. The church recently completed a new 1,200-seat church hall on Dominion Avenue, though Wilson says they've already outgrown it. We're the bully of the bullies. We make sure we keep you safe, he said, noting Wilson's brash approach to critics. And I got another article right here about it. Idaho Christian nationalists embrace the immoral if they have power. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently shared on X an interview with Moscow pastor Doug Wilson. I have no respect for any man that belittles, lies, cheats, sleeps around, and uses women for his own power and ego. You are that man, and you have been for years. And remember, he doesn't think women should vote. It pains me and embarrasses me to say, but it is sad, sad truth. When the idea is that only families led by a husband can vote, Hegseth dons the demeanor of a pious Christian and declares all of Christ for all of life. But the moment his marriage requires him to be faithful, his Bible hits the floor just before his pants. That is so well said. I really, really love it. Let's check out a little ding-dong clip over here.
Idaho, more than 250 people packed the Kenworthy Performing Arts Center to attend a live recording of the Sons of Patriarchy. It's a podcast dedicated to exposing what its producers describe as abuse within Christ Church Moscow and Pastor Doug Wilson's broader religious movement. The podcast producers deliberately scheduled their first Moscow visit to coincide with the Christ Church's weekend conference. Jeff Moss is a Palouse resident and former Christ Church member. He's appeared on the podcast twice. Moss says that the podcast gives a voice to people who have been abused by churches influenced by Doug Wilson's ideas. He explained that Moscow represents ground zero for the movement. Podcast producer Peter.
So let's see what else we got. There's been a chaotic feel to the start of the school year this year in Moscow. Smash and grab burglaries on vehicles, apparently a new thing. Local residents are getting hungry because the students have been away. And, of course, Mr. Green doesn't want to feed them. Inside the search for Brian Koberger, consumed by 4 unalivings, Idaho police never stopped. And they still haven't stopped. They're on tour right now. Where in the 70s you could go see Aerosmith and Led Zeppelin. and these types of bands. Now you can go see Corporal Brett Payne and Chief Fry on tour with Bill Thompson and Shushley Jennings, patting each other on the back. Moscow Police Corporal Brett Payne, Brett Michael Payne. If anybody caught Tommy's live accusing Brett Payne of stealing a car and threatening witnesses, it was pretty funny. Okay. Moscow Police Corporal Brett Michael Payne arrived at a white 3-story house in a neighborhood off the University of Idaho's campus in Moscow on November 13th. It was 2 hours after 22-year-old rookie patrol officer first reported back to the emergency dispatch about it. Payne walked through the crime scene for his initial pass that Sunday afternoon. Items were strewn about like that of a typical college student. Payne wrote in a police report, he noticed nothing out of the ordinary on the first floor. That changed as soon as one of the officers who initially responded walked upstairs. There was a small second-floor bedroom. Payne saw a young woman, later identified as Anna Granodal. Behind her was her boyfriend, Ethan Jage. I'm not sure why I clicked this article. Hold on. It's hard. I can come back to that. I'm sorry. So, yeah, along with the school year starting, we're coinciding over there. These are the streets where Twiz plays Stratego and Risk. He might be right in front of this place right now playing it. I don't know. The most common question I get when I tell people I live in Pullman is, what is there to do over there? Our city scene hardly has a reputation for liveliness, but while Pullman is small, it is mighty. Where a large city might have bustling nightlife, WSU's hometown has genuine local connections. We're starting up over there. I sometimes just clip stuff, sorry. 3 people charged with helping suspected unaliver of 4 are accused of giving him shelter and phones. Yeah. Is that the Devil's Den Drummond? Is that what they call the Devil's Den? Anyway, so yeah, their name is Mud now. And helping with that, not good. Let's see. Mews. I saw the headline there. Oh, this is Food News. They have a new Harry Potter Hershey's Cookies and Cream, which is, I guess, just cookies and cream. But also, we have our favorite donut place, Krispy Kreme, has a series, and I thought I clipped it out, Harry Potter donuts, much like the Pac-Man donuts that I brought to you a couple months ago. This one is... Oh, this is a hero story. A mother lost her life by a falling tree branch in Lancashire as she pushed her daughter to safety. Maria Kauser, 32, passed while saving the 5-year-old's life during their evening walk on Monday. The pharmacy worker's bravery ensured that her child escaped unscathed in the incident in Whitton Country Park in Blackburn. 1 in a million tragedies. So sad. Can't believe it. let's see what they have to say about this. Might as well watch it. This is about the crime scene pictures, I suppose. And then the article is about the investigation into the perpetrators of the leaked video of Brian.
Some of the images you are about to see are graphic and disturbing.
This morning, for the first time, photos from inside that off-campus home where convicted killer Brian Kohberger committed those grisly crimes. The nearly 200 images of the crime scene now obtained from the Moscow Police Department through a public records request by NBC News affiliate KTVB. Many of the disturbing photos redacted or blurred by authorities.
So there's that. That's some good ones coming up here. This is crazy. They found, this is a mass grave over there in the Dominican Republic. They found 39 people all at one time buried in, it looks like somebody's yard or something like that, in various stages of decomp. That's over there.
Everybody wants to talk about twin flame sex. How do I focus on my ascension in my sex life with my...
Oh, it's the latest from Jeff and Shalia. Let's see. So, I thought this was interesting. I was just going to read it. I might let it play a little bit. Probably get an ad here.
Always a lot of pressure for each girl, especially since they are freshmen coming in. You have to remember that they're just leaving their parents. A lot of girls are out of state. They've never been in Alabama before. And it's just like a crazy experience for all these girls move into college and then they go and they start rushing where they will be trying to find their future home and like their future friend group. But this process is a lot for these girls. And I think that if people on social media would just be a little bit, well, a lot more kind, it would be so much easier for them. I think that a lot of the viewers and like the people that live for going and watching Bama Rush on TikTok, I feel like they forget that these girls are so young. They're trying to figure themselves out and they're trying to, I feel like these girls can be molded so quickly, and I feel like if we would just focus on their individuality and like celebrate them rather than tearing them down, it would be such a better experience for everybody. I decided to come to the University of Alabama because I was on scholarship and I had gotten like scholarships through pageantry, and I knew I wanted to be a sports broadcaster, so I thought that it was like the financially best decision for me, and like what better to be a sports.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
All right, crew, here's another great reason to buy a new Ford this
broadcaster and like train for it than a giant SEC school. I thought it was just a no-brainer for me to come here. Now, I came to my Bama Bound, which is freshman orientation, and I honestly had no idea what sorority recruitment was. I was completely clueless because I am from the smallest town in Ohio, and none of the girls or guys that like went to my high school had ever been. I was the first person ever to go to the University of Alabama, and I had no idea about any of like the Southern culture, what went on with sorority recruitment. So then whenever I get to my freshman orientation, all these girls like pull me and they're all like, I get invited to dinner with their mothers and they're all like explaining like, oh my goodness, Kylan, like you're a pageant girl, are you rushing? And I was like, I felt like an idiot at the time. I was like, what is rush? And so they told me, and then they took me down sorority row that night and I was sold. I was like, mother, I have to try to be in a sorority. Like I'm out of state. I don't have any friends. This is like the perfect thing for me. And so my mom was like, no, Kylan. My dad was like, no, we're not paying for friends. We're not doing that. You are the most social, outgoing girl we know. You're going to be just fine. I don't see there being a point, but I was able to talk them into it. You know, Daddy listened to his little princess. So I was able to talk him into it. And, I come my freshman year, and I had just been modeling for Sherry Hill before that. So I was posting like prom dress TikToks and that whole thing, sharing that side. Well, that morning of convocation, which is like the first round, whenever you walk in, like you're just like figuring everything out and like you get like the basis guideline of sorority recruitment, I decide to make a video. And it was kind of like a video diary because like none of my family like has ever been in Greek life. None of my family knew anything about it. I had like no rec letters whenever I was signing up, which is so funny at the time now because I feel like I'm like the spokesperson for Greek life. Um, I decided to make a video diary that morning and I sent it to like, we have a giant group chat of all my family. And I was like, hey y'all, and I was just educating them on what it was. I was like, so I'm getting ready. This is my outfit. And then my mom, like later that day, was like, Kylan, that's so cute. Why don't you just post that on TikTok? Well, I posted it. And I was like busy for 4 hours, not on my phone, like in the convocation thing, and we're not allowed to be on our phones. And I come home and my phone is being blown up. And then after that, my life was completely changed. I became financially independent. I was able to pay for the rest of my college through the money I was making on TikTok. I then became an influencer and like I got this platform where I had a voice. So it's been extremely fun, but extremely difficult at the same time navigating college because I was trying to find out who I was as a person. And I was also dealing with a lot of stuff online. So it's been very entertaining, and I've tried to be as transparent as possible with my following because I am so like privileged and happy that they gave me this opportunity to share like my life, and I think it's so fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world. But there's been a lot of learning curve. I've had to come into like the person that I was, so it's been
Something tells me she wouldn't trade it for your life either. But, this is wild, but okay, so this couple had a home invasion, right? This 49-year-old idiot, Stephen Hoop, had previously done repair work on the couple's home. Mackenzie Bray said Hoop showed up at her house Tuesday afternoon while she was inside alone. He did a little bit of work for us, fixing up damage by the hurricanes and to get the house in better shape. Believing he was the mailman, Bray opened the door. Detectives said Hoop forced his way in, hit her in the head, and tied her up. Her fiancé, James Allen, returned home during the attack. He had tied her up, taped up the bed, then he wanted to knock me out when I got home and tie us up and take their money, he said. Neighbors said there had been a power outage for several days that day after a nearby electrical incident, something they believe may have made the couple more vulnerable. There was the power explosion, so no power for a good 4 hours, and so my thinking is the suspect had to know there was no power and took advantage of no cameras. Police said Hoop attacked Allen with a screwdriver and a knife. He stabbed me in the eye with the screwdriver and then in the hand with a knife. I took his knife from him and started stabbing him. Both victims were injured but managed to fight Hooped off. He was stabbed during the struggle and remains in the hospital. I'm lucky the SEPs came. I didn't have to unalive him. Once released, Hoop will be booked in Pinellas County Jail on charges including home invasion and robbery. Now check this out. Why'd they let him out?
Just days after a home invasion in this Pinellas Park neighborhood, the woman who says she was attacked and tied up by her former handyman is sharing her story of survival.
Stephen Haupt, the man accused of attacking her, is in the hospital tonight. Police say the woman's fiance came home and fought back, stabbing Haupt multiple times. Haupt was released from jail just 24 hours before the home invasion after prosecutors dropped drug charges against him.
Now, as 10 Tampa Bay News reporter Chris Hurst explains, the woman attacked wants to know why.
Couldn't even tell you where all the blood came from. If it was my cheek, my nose, my hand got all cut up from the glass.
Mackenzie Bray is recovering from Tuesday's attack that left her with stitches, bruises, and still in disbelief.
Well, it didn't give me any idea he was going to be this kind of a person.
Saying it was the handyman her fiancé hired this summer to do storm repairs that barged in, hit her with a crowbar, and tied her up before she got free and tried to escape through this bedroom window.
He dragged me out of the room because I broke the window. I ended up on the floor trying to cover my head up, and he kept punching me.
Stephen Haupt was arrested at the scene just a day after he was released from jail after prosecutors dropped felony charges from another case.
I'm trying to figure out, I don't know, just how he got out so quickly.
In late July, deputies found Haupt and 3 other men with fentanyl and meth inside this abandoned home in Lealman. All were charged with drug possession and burglary, but on Monday, prosecutors decided to drop the charges without explanation.
I don't understand why they let him out.
Meantime, Bray is grateful her fiancé Jeff came home, fought the suspect, and won, stabbing him several times before police arrived.
I love him. I love it. I didn't think it was going to end any other way.
She hopes this time Haupt stays in jail until his trial. In Pinellas Park, Chris Hurst.
So this is a tragedy in Alabama. And at first I had to do a double take, making sure this didn't involve Trish. An Alabama family of 4, which included 2 children, were found alive in their home in Daphne. Police believe Kenneth O'Neill unalived his wife and children. I mean, this is like... I mean, almost everything's at epidemic status, but this is just... I don't know, the 3rd one I've heard of in the last 2 weeks. Oh, here are these dickheads that race up and down Seminole Boulevard, and I'll be honest with you, I'll give the credit to the head whackers over there at Largo Police. They've put these idiots in check. I mean, they'll literally, they want to NASCAR your tail light just to get to the red light. It doesn't make any sense to me. And they caught these 2, interestingly enough, on video surveillance. Let's see, let me read that part. 39-year-old Sean Chisino and 30-year-old Caleb Pruitt. And, you know, what I keep seeing is just hilarious. They'll have a nice car, but to make it corner better, or seem like you're going faster, they lower it, okay? But they lower it so much that now the wheels go inward, which I'm like, that cannot be good for your axle. I don't know, but they dump the car all the way to the ground, and then if they hit a speed bump, I mean, we have giant speed bumps over here, like literally this tall. So they can't even get over those with these lowered cars. But they were arrested for drag racing, and were seen on surveillance video acknowledging each other after the race. The affidavit says the 2 men were going at least 80 in a 45. The 2 men were arrested for racing in Largo after they were seen accelerating together from a red light as it turned green, according to an affidavit. The affidavit says the 2 men were going 80 to the Pruitt on a Kawasaki motorcycle, and Cicchino was driving a 2015 Chevy bitchin' Camaro. So let's see if this article describes it.
Second one is a virtual meeting for business owners. That one is scheduled for Wednesday. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
Coming up following Friday's summit in Alaska with Russia.
Okay, so if they're busting people with the surveillance cameras now, that's a whole nother issue. Poor Richie Man, these people, these guys never cease to entertain me. I had a buddy whose brother actually lost well over $3,000 sending money to a guy in Russia or Ukraine or whatever, trying to get a wife. And this poor Richie Man loses $47,000 in online romance scam. I felt I was going to lose everything. So, let's go back down.
Find him here.
How's he missed all the articles and everything up till now that he really thought this was going to work? I just don't understand how you get... At some point, you would think you'd want to verify that it wasn't... That it's... I mean, they're literally using AI. All right, let's start with the doc these guys.
Is your HVAC business cooling down? Hyper.
Let's start with ChristyNevada here.
Right. Excuse me. He believed it would have occurred between 3 and 4:30. He was unsure since he didn't check the clock. After the vehicle traveled past his home, he believed the vehicle turned onto Taylor Avenue, going east by the way the south of the sound of the vehicle was coming from, by the way the sound of the vehicle was coming from. Okay. What next one do I have? 540 is my next one marked, and it's Steve and Brat's messages. But let's see. FBI team completed multiple 3D scans and photographs of the residence surrounding area prior to members entering the residence. Completed a walkthrough. I confirmed the residence was structured and the same as it was on November 13th. At the request of OPU, I downloaded a copy of the .3D scan I completed on November 13th. Okay. Oh, Kathy, thank you for being here. I'm not like you. I don't know these documents or legal terms, so I come to you for that, but I like going through these. There's some interesting things, a lot, like there really is. What is this? Okay, this is the walkthrough. What is this? Okay, received emails, alleged violation of Idaho grand jury rules about the case against Koberger. Oh, okay, this is going to lead into Steve's messages, I believe. The court sent the allegations to the prosecution and defense. Okay, on September 7th, 23, after receiving an initial email alleging violation of the Idaho grand jury rules, I emailed the sender, blank, blank. Blank requested more information. I advised her I was assigned to the investigation and wanted further clarification regarding the screenshots she had attached to the email. Thank you for subbing. Oh, thank you. Cappy Boss. Thank you, thank you. I hate my voice, so. But, okay. I received a follow-up email from blank on the same day. She stated the screenshots originated from blank, 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 and blank, blank. If I'm right, these are the emails that came from Steve and Brat Norton that Brat.
I was watching Miss Potts read the other day, and it's come down to blank redacted.
Norton showed on her
What's
TikTok.
up, Will?
She provided email address for both. See attached form. Okay. I emailed both individuals on September 12th requesting contact to discuss the conversation captured on the screen. I did not receive any reply or contact from either of the individuals. On October 12th, 23, Detective Payne and MPD and I emailed Shannon Gray requesting a meeting. Mr. Gray is the attorney representing the family of Kaylee. We requested to speak regarding the screenshots showing conversations that appeared to reference, which would be the grand jury, and at blank Kaylee, speaking to individuals about grand jury proceedings. We did not receive any reply or contact back from Mr. Gray regarding this request. October 12th, 23, I was forwarded an email showing screenshots from a Facebook page that is titled The Gonzalez Family Page. The screenshots show some of the same screenshots that were forwarded to the court by blank. Part of the posting stated, we recently were made aware of some messages claiming to have fabricated texts from blank, as well as trying to incite others to spread lies. While we understand the internet is a big place and people are free to say whatever they would like, we personally feel a line was crossed and we would like to pursue further action. If anyone knows any more about these screenshots, knows who created them, that would what they said, etc., would feel free, comfortable sharing with us, we would be extremely appreciated. This is the last information that was received about the allegations. So they said right there, they got them. They didn't do nothing about it. They said that the screenshots between them were, fabricated. They were whatever. They weren't allowed to have them, but it wasn't hard to find out where they came from. That's what I'm kind of like. They're asking for info on where these all came from when we all know where they came from. All right, that's I don't know. This one is about Kaylee doing some babysitting. They have a little program at the school that some of the I think it's like professors or whatever that might have kids or TAs or that need babysitting. Kaylee did do that too. Hello, please. I can't say good morning, but good afternoon. She was babysitting for the family in Moscow in the summer. This one's really not anything specific to two closed tips. It was determined the audio file had been placed into evidence or reported written for closed tips. Out of the abundance of caution, it was determined to complete a report and submit the audio file. On May 1st, I completed a report for tip 5231 and tip 2953. On the same date, I provided and substantially turned the audio files over. Okay, nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. I mean, I agree with the GoFundMe comment. Okay. Okay, we're winding down here on these ones. Completed subject, telephone, who have been identified as a witness, defense counselor, upcoming trial. Okay. You know how you go through here and it says victim 1, 2, and 3. You pay attention. One of the things I caught, which I thought was kind of strange, but when they described Brian in one of them, his race was listed as Samoan and what was it? I wrote it down. Where the hell did I write it down? It was not at all. I'm like, why would it say that? It was. Of course, I can't find it. But I do have a mess everywhere. I got papers everywhere. I can't find it. But Lucy, I don't know.
All right, let's get into it. I thought since everybody's going in order and we have 600 pages, I'll start at page 553. If I can get there. Let's see if it's not easy. And we'll work our way backwards as we do here on the Purge and meet in the middle. This just keeps going. You have to load the whole thing. Hey, sorry about the delay. Okay, so this is a witness list follow-up. Put this on my high-resolution monitor here. Nothing. Okay, what's this here? Administrative information. BK on May 28, 2025. I was notified ISP District 2 detectives would be contacting people who were identified as witnesses by defense counsel for the upcoming BK trial. Koberger has been charged in live. He has not received a subpoena. He has not had any contact with the defense. Blah, 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 blah. Right. Witness list follow-up number 2. Okay, so they're ending with not so much of a boom. Space Mews, Ryan O'Hara. O'Hara's a good cop name. Who is this? Date of birth, operator license. A name or a white male. Okay, that's 30K. Backwards is hard. Okay. What's this? On April 16th, 2025, Idaho State Police Lieutenant Tyler Barrett was subpoenaed for the case. While preparing for court and reviewing my materials, I realized that some audio recordings may not have been concluded in the evidence report. I contacted ISP Gilbertson regarding the audio files were specifically for 2 closed tips. It was determined the audio files had not been placed into evidence or reports for the closed tips out of an abundance of caution. It was determined to complete a report and submit the audio files. On May 1st, I completed a report for the tips. On the same date, Idaho provided Gilbertson the audio files. L.L. Gibson subsequently turned the audio files over to Moscow PD. This is on, what is this? 11/13/22? April 16th, 2025. So they hadn't even submitted all of the information to the people. Answered. Kind of underwhelming backwards. Narrative. Okay. Interesting. Idaho State Police, Lewiston. On October 29th, 2024, Idaho State Police Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson received a request from Utah County to follow up on a tip. Brian Koberger, I guess, is an Idaho State Correctional Institution. Oh, this is one of the... So, Redacted is an Idaho State Correctional Institute inmate and was interviewed by the FBI Special Agent Ryan O'Neill. Redacted made numerous claims during the interview about the circumstances surrounding the unalivings and who was involved. He stated the house where it took place was a location where he provided security to individuals who delivered unknown items to the house. Working backwards can be a benefit sometimes. He stated he did not know what they were delivering, but understood that what they were doing was illegal. Redacted referenced several individuals by nicknames, but did not know any full legal names. His main associations were blank and Redacted. On one of their tips, Redacted stated they were leaving Lewiston and heading for Moscow, where a car crash happened in front of them. He stated the driver was ejected through the front windshield but survived. He stated he stopped at the crash and waited for the police to arrive, spoke to them briefly, and then continued to Moscow. He stated this happened at 3 a.m., exactly 30 days before the incident. The incident occurred on November 13th, 2022, which by his statement would mean the accident occurred October 13th. I searched ISP District 2 calls from this date and did not locate any crashes that matched his description. Did you search the days surrounding it? I then contacted the Nez Perce County Sheriff's Department, requested they check to see if the Sheriff's Department or Lewiston Police responded to any crashes in the state which matched the description. They did not find any records. Blah, 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 blah. Redacted stated he was later punished by Redacted for stopping at the scene of the crash. He stated that Redacted broke both his feet. He stated he was in jail from October 28, 2022 through December 9th, 2022 in Spokane. Wait, then how did he... October's a month before. Okay, so let me read that first part again. That was the most interesting. Redacted is an Idaho State Correctional Institution inmate and was interviewed by Federal Bureau of Investigations Special Agent Ryan O'Neill. Redacted made numerous claims during the interview about the circumstances surrounding the unalivings and who was involved. He stated the house where it took place was a location where he provided security to individuals who delivered unknown items to the house. He stated he did not know what they were delivering, but understood that what they were doing was this. To me, does not sound like somebody trying to insert themselves into the case. Wow. That is case D22000030. Darren Gilbertson. And never mentioned in the PC. Wow. That's a new one for me. Okay. What else we got here? Interviews. And what is this? Okay, these are some interviews with witness 1 and witness 2 by the ISP assistant agency Jeffrey Talbot, Detective District 1. Disc with audio files. Gonzalez had been a okay, so that's the one that Christy read. Let's read it. Been a babysitter and their 2 children. After the interview, I obtained phone numbers for the cast agents to check the time frame from which we had cell phone data at the time. Data appeared to place blank phone at their residence on the night of the unalivings. However, when I checked phone data, his location was not within the data collected. This can occur if the phone is turned off. Based on the information from Redacted and the lack of data from blank, we decided to interview both blank. I began the interview with Redacted and asked her if Gonzalez had been babysitting for her or any other families. Redacted confirmed Gonzalez did babysit for her and may have babysat for another family but wasn't sure. Redacted told me her husband Blank had introduced her to Redacted, who coordinated child care for Blank. Blank stated they were approximately 5 sorority sisters who would provide child care for the Blank. Stated the only way she paid the girls was via Venmo. Blank stated Gonzalez had provided child care for them a few weeks during the spring semester of 2022. She told us the last time Gonzalez babysat for them was on her 21st birthday. Redacted stated Gonzalez had babysat for them 5 or 6 times total. Blank said they paid each girl $15 an hour for their work. Blank stated Gonzalez was not a full-time employee. Blank stated most of the work occurred during the week. I asked Blank what a normal routine for her family was. And then there was, let me make this bigger, a football game at home because Blank Redacted explained that her and the family usually attend the home games, and for the game on November 12th, 2022, they had family in town for the game. Blank stated she attended the game and then went home after. Blank told me she did not see any of the victims at the game. Blank told me her and her family, minus Blank, were at home when they found out about it. She told me Blank was in the office when the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome when it was put into a lockdown situation. I asked Blank about her personal interaction with Gonzalez. She described her as a bubbly and great person. Blank said that only time she ever saw her not happy was after her 21st birthday. Blank told me Gonzalez arrived at her house to watch children, appearing to be hungover. Blank said she helped Gonzalez feel better. I asked Blank if there are any other applications other than a messaging application they use to communicate or schedule babysitting. She told me there wasn't. I asked how the girls who babysat were paid. She told me through Venmo. And that is another thing that brings to my attention, reminding me that they are in the headlines. They keep trying to connect BK to these stalking incidents, like at Winco and all this other stuff. And they phrase it in a way that makes it sound like it was BK. And it wasn't. And it's unbelievable. If there is such a strong, solid case, why do they have to make this shit up? And, I know Miss Potts loves Brian Enton and his skin. I think, personally, his skin would make a great teddy bear, but that's just my opinion. He is the biggest moron that has ever taken to the airwaves, in my opinion. I mean, to come out here and say you read all 600 pages when there's 553. Really, dude? Really? Great research, dude. Really well done. Lampshade. Let's see here. Okay. So, walkthrough. Interesting. Okay. Talbot Jeffrey. On December 21st, 2023, Paulette Sutton, stain pattern analysis consultant, responded to 1122 King Road. Well, she's pretty quick in the response, boy. Moscow, 8 days, 8 hours, 8 days. What's the difference? Also present was Bill Thompson, Ashley Smushface, and a bunch of other idiots. Sutton completed a walkthrough of the residence. Prior to Sutton entering the residence, ISP Detective Talbot completed a walkthrough. I confirmed the residence was structurally the same. Here's another thing. How was that house so contaminated that it had to be completely demolished when we're looking at most of the LOD is in the mattress or in just little tiny spots and spatters? Are you kidding me, dude? How many lies are they willing to perpetrate in this? So, when you talk about BK's silence, he is silent. He's not doing interviews. He's not talking to anybody. He's not even talking in his cell. He's just passing the time, organizing. He's had allegedly trouble accessing the law library. And honestly, that should tell you something, that he's trying. It's now somebody that's going to lay down, take this stupid plea deal, and just go on with serving their sentences, what would they need a law library for? It's over. Right? Am I rambling? Rambling man. Let's see. Backwards. Alright. Interesting. Like, it just doesn't say much about the analysis here. Information, investigation. Okay. So you got some screenshots. He's forwarded. This is like Dexter kind of stuff here. Oh, interesting. Okay. On October 12th, 2023, I was forwarded an email showing screenshots from a Facebook page that is titled The Gonzalez Family Page. The screenshots show some of the same screenshots that were forwarded to the court by Redacted. Part of the posting stated, "We recently were made aware of some messages claiming to have fabricated text from blank, as well as trying to incite others to spread lies. While we understand the internet is a big place and people are free to say whatever they would like, we personally feel a line was crossed." That's why I read that. Don't say much about the spatter. Copy. There we go. Okay, Hugh Powell, ISP Police, on November 18th, 2022 at approximately 6:23 p.m., ISP Detective Hugh Powell and Jake Schweck interviewed Redacted, who lives at blank Moscow, Idaho. The interview was about the unaliving. On November 18th, approximately 6:23, I interviewed them over the telephone, providing the following information. Redacted lives with his girlfriend, who is a blank. She went to bed early. So this has got to be Emily and Hunter, right? He stayed up till about 2:30 a.m. playing video games and working on homework, since he is an outline blank at blank. And Versado again. After going to bed, he had been asleep for approximately an hour when he was awoken by a vehicle with a loud exhaust speeding away down the street past his house. He assumed it was a white Audi that parks near his house quite frequently and has a loud aftermarket exhaust. The Audi normally parks near the cul-de-sac on the end of King Road. He believed it would have occurred between 3 and 4:30, but was unsure since he didn't check his clock. After the vehicle traveled past his house, he believed the vehicle turned onto Taylor Avenue, going east by the way the sound of the vehicle was coming from. I heard Miss Potts read that one. I don't know if I'm catching up to her or what's going on. Oh. Evidence from various businesses. Hugh Powell. Throughout the Moscow investigation, ISP Hugh Powell conducted video evidence recovery from various businesses. All videos were turned over to the digital evidence team located at the MPD. On November 20th, 7 days later, ISP Detective Powell met with the security manager at, you think that's the head shop thing or whatever there? Located at blank in the city of Moscow. Digital evidence was downloaded from the security cameras, I turned the evidence over to the digital evidence team at MPD. On November 22nd, Detective Powell met with the manager from blank, 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 located at blank in the city of Moscow. Digital evidence was downloaded. Oh, this is turned over. I got it. I turned it over. Got it. I turned it over. So there is, let's see. Yep. I like how they go in order. Okay, they do go in order. Or am I dumb? Yeah, I'm dumb. Okay. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 collected by Hugh. Oh, fuck Hugh himself. Kids go to bed. We got a loud car, a loud Audi. That awoken him at what time was that there? 2:30. Wait, no. Between 3 and 4:30. Okay, here's a long one. Oh. Whoa. Okay, what is all this business here? I told JJ I'm perfectly capable of holding on a show by myself. Maybe that's not true as I thought. Okay, so arrested, I was assigned. Okay. Based upon the processing of the crime scene, evidence collected, investigators believed Kohlberger drove to the area, although he never stopped his car, parked in back of the residence. There is a paved parking area directly to the south that overlooks the back of the residence. Kohlberger most likely entered the residence through a sliding glass door located on the second level in the rear. After entering through the sliding glass door, Kohlberger walked through the kitchen and to a set of stairs that led up to the third floor. Kohlberger then went up to the stairs to the third floor. At the top of the stairs and directly to the left is a door which Gonzalez's bedroom, and to the right is a short hallway that ended into a bathroom and another door to Mogan's bedroom. Most likely, Kohlberger checked Gonzalez's, saw it was empty, and then moved into Mogan's, where they were asleep. Kohlberger most likely went back down the stairs, walked through. Everything is most likely. We have no freaking clue. Walked through the second floor living room and then down the hallway, which ended in Kernodle's bedroom. Based on our experience and the evidence. What evidence? Kernodle was initially attacked just inside the bedroom. Not in the hallway, in the bedroom. Near the entrance. Kernodle fought the suspect in the bedroom area and was ultimately unalived on the floor of the bedroom next to the bed. Chapin, who we believe was asleep, was in the bed. Kohlberger left the bedroom area, walked back down the hall, passed through the living room kitchen, and exited through a sliding glass door, leaving the door partly open. BK then walked back to his vehicle and drove away from the area. Detective Jeff Talbot, Corporal Brett Michael Payne, assisted with the timed runs. Here we go. Corporal Payne tracked the times for each run. Okay, so he can't keep time very well, I guess. Detective Talbot walked through the residence with me calling out the number of strikes to simulate the number of wounds to each victim based on autopsy. I need a soda. I'll be right back. Fucking read this shit. Oh, shit. Fucking morons. got, you know what? Fuck this. All right, when you go to Publix around here, they'll give your kids one of these. And it's part of the Publix Kids Cookie Club, okay? I got a whole dozen, or 3 dozen of them. Usually when you get them, that's so good. They are like too cooked, too crispy. I happen to get 3 dozen of the softest, most delicious sprinkle cookies that I've ever had. So I will say that. Yum. So I'm having 2 a day. I don't know how long they'll stay good. Yeah. Yeah, I get the clean shave, put on a little kid wig. Because, you know, bald kids are not believable. So 22. 2 a day. Not bad. Alright. I'm going to finish reading this. Okay. God willing, before Jage joins us, we can call out, and I'm going to put a timer up where we can call out 30 and 50 and then slicing and dicing and enticing. Well, I think I was going to say it's the diet sodas that are probably the big tragedy there, because they produce formaldehyde in the brain area, in the bone of the brain. And come on over, Danger. I told you last live, Stormy, that I was headed to Texas in a couple months. And I was waiting for we could meet up for coffee or something. But I guess you completely ignored me, so I figured I would just stay at La Quinta all by myself. Because my niece just recently had a baby, and so I'm trying to get out to Austin to see her. But let's take a little break from all this madness, and I will get right back to that, I promise. Well, here's Newsweek with more bombshell details. Let's take a quick little sidetracker, and let's take a look at, because right now we have a Category 5 in the Atlantic, and that's the Gulf Coast side, as always, flat. However, on the East Coast side, we got what was a Category 5, might be a Category 4 now, hovering over there, over the Leeward Islands or whatever. And so the swell has started to reach the East Coast, and it was waist high today, and excuse me, so there goes the chat replay. So I am headed over there, and I'll show you. Let me go back. How far back? All the way back. Darn it, I did bookmark it. I got it right here. There it is, surf cap. So, this is a great site, and so you're going to have choppy conditions Tuesday through Wednesday, and what usually that means is you're going to have onshore wind. And so it looks like I'll be leaving. I usually leave about 2:30. It's about a 3-hour drive over there to Melbourne. and I should hopefully get there about 5. The only problem is, and there's always a problem, isn't there? On Thursday, the wind conditions will be favorable most of the day. So you'll have, for some reason, at night, the land gets cooler than the water, or the vice versa, the water's cooler than the land. So the wind will blow to the cooler area, which creates offshore conditions. So it looks like for the most of the day we have that up till about 6 p.m. The problem is in the morning when it's usually best, we have a 4-foot high tide. And so when there's a high tide, the swell kind of just tends to close out real close to the shore. It doesn't hit the sandbars and break real nice. So I will be broadcasting from Melbourne on Thursday sometime during the afternoon, and I'm hoping I can pay somebody $20 because I bodyboard. You see my bodyboard back here if you can. And I am a professional, doing it for a long time, and I will pay somebody $20 to try to get some video of me surfing on the live stream and see a big walrus out there. So yeah, Orlando, we definitely feel. Where's Meanie? Push. Push. So this is looking like the best day. I'm going to leave Wednesday night, come back either Thursday night or Friday night. I might stay because it looks like conditions are favorable. Cannot sleep in your car. It is too freaking hot. So I used to do that when I had my Civic. I had the hatchback. Me and my dog would sleep back there or whatever and just blast the AC all night. It was worth it. It's still cheaper than a hotel. Now it's at least $80 a night, even when you go inland or whatever. So anyway, that's what is happening, and we'll see how it works out. So I hope you join me for that. And let's get back to the document here. I conducted 2 limited runs. The first being a quick as possible run, and the second a slower, deliberate, timed run. During the first trial run, I began at the rear of the residence and came through the sliding glass door. I then quickly moved through the kitchen and up the stairs. I looked into the bedroom to the left and then moved down the hallway into Mogan's room. I simulated the number of strikes that were inflicted on Mogan and Gonzalez. Does anybody know how many were on Mogan? Offhand, so we can do this this recreation that their geniuses over there in Idaho do. What is fucking up, Idaho? What is up? I mean, just really, what is going on? And how do they get the FBI complicit? I was like, do I have lipstick on? From the sprinkles. Anyway, so if anybody knows offhand, I know what it was, 50 for Kaylee and 30 for Zan. That's still a lot. So let's conjecture 20. Okay. So Detective Talbot counted and kept track in an attempt to recreate the movements and motions believed to have occurred based on the evidence collected by the autopsy. I moved out of the bedroom, down the stairs, through the living room, down the hallway, and into Kernodle's bedroom. They didn't include the chase, apparently, of Kaylee going up and down the stairs? There's another... Anyway, just saying. Again, with the assistance of Talbot, let's just call him Dumbo. I simulated the number of strikes that were inflicted upon Kernodle and Chapin. I then exited back down the hallway, through the living room, through the kitchen, and out the sliding glass door. Corporal Payne reported a time of approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds on the quick as possible timed run. Did I do a timer on here where you guys can see it? I could get my Apple Watch or something. I don't. 1 minute, 38 seconds. Let's call freaking bullshit. Right there. Hold on. Bullshit. All right, let's do 80 of just me chilling on the couch, sitting here, 80 human stabs. Twenty, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh, my arm is getting tired. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. $40. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. That was 60 stabs in 1 minute and 30. And was that a fair? You have to provide a force to be able to puncture something. That was 60 something. There was 80 between the two of them, not to mention the time in between. This is fucking 100% lies and bullshit. And guess who's at the top of the list on it? Detective fucking Kane. He was doing the time recording of it. And you can include Talbot in that bullshit. If he can stab faster than I just did and make 60 into 80, you still have 2 more victims to deal with. You have to slice somebody from underneath on their legs, as well as doing whatever the fuck these people did to these kids. So let's find out what their second run did. On the second run, slower and deliberate. Dude, literally to run from the bottom to the top, do all these things, run back to the bottom and out the door, you would have to go stab, 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 stab. That's what that first quick bullshit run absolutely was. And now it's slower and more deliberate. Let's read on. I followed the same path throughout the residence, but at a much slower, methodical pace. Again, entered through the rear sliding glass door, opening it slowly to make no noise while doing so. I then walked as quietly as I could through the kitchen and up the stairs. Can you see this asshole creeping through the fucking house? Kids go to bed. Attempting to make no noises, I looked into the first bedroom and then slowly moved on down the hall and into Mogan's bedroom. I'm going to say you're right there. You're at 37. Detective Douchebutt counted and kept track again as I recreated the movements and motions believed to have occurred inside the bedroom. I exited the bedroom, moved back down the stairs, through the living room, down the hallway, and into Kernodle's bedroom. Let's not mention the fact that Kernodle was fighting back. So you got to figure there's stabs going on where that were missed. So when you're talking about 30 becomes 50, 80 or 50 becomes 70 or 60, whatever. It's for them to actually put this in a fucking report. All they had to do in court was reenact it. All they had to do. This is such fucking garbage. So, I don't know how many days we have left to this to violate this plea deal, but I want to see her violate. I don't understand. Hello? Hello? Is this Bird? Something's happening. I don't know what it could be. Hello, hello? I got something. Hello? Can you guys hear that? What is going on? Oh, it must be my timer. My egg timer is going off over here. Ding, 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 ding. Something's taking over my computer. Alright. On we go. I exited the bedroom, moved back down the stairs into Kernodle's bedroom, and was slower than the first run. So stab, stab, stab. That's enough. Just times it by 10 and write it down. But was still somewhat quick. I again simulated the movements and motions that took place. How do you know what took place as far as movements and motions? I then exited back on down the hall through the living room, through the kitchen, and out the sliding glass door. Corporal Payne reported the time of approximately... I'm done. Get the fuck out. Thanks for watching, folks. It's been a pleasure. Mother blank bleedy blank. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. They actually had the balls to put this in writing. Had they presented this to us day one, we would have had proof they were liars. We additionally walked through simulated paths that Kohberger may have possibly taken from the vehicle to the back of the residence. That vehicle that never stopped. That wasn't even his. The shortest and most direct path going from the parking area and moving east. Where's Jeff? I need to ban somebody right now. Who can I get? Is there anybody acting up? Stepping on. I want to get him. Sorry. Just pop in here for a second, Jeff, so I can ban you for life. A second path starting at this southern edge of the property and walking a fence through some trees and moving into a south to north direction towards the back of the house. Took approximately 1 minute. Everything has to fit right in so that's right there. Now we can say he did it in 17 minutes. It all happened. The times to make the same two pass at a running pace were approximately 6 to 7 seconds. For the short, I can't get out of my car in 6 seconds, and I do it 100 times a day. Or for the short path, and 2 to 12, 10 to 12 seconds for the longer path. He's got to collect his kill kit. He's got to get his AR-15. The timed runs revealed that it was possible for BK to have carried out this in as few as 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Going at a fast pace on the shortest route to the vehicle, or as much as 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Dude, you know that McDonald Land thing with the purple Grimace shake? I think they've been eating way too many of those. Holy shit. I just rage quit. LPR for the data. It's so funny, the evidence or the paperwork that they have that creates an illusion of an investigation. I mean, that is a complete freaking fantasy, dude. They had to have known it. Let me read this. On November 13th, the Moscow PD requested the ISP to assist. On November 27th, 2022, at approximately 4:30 p.m., I received an email from ISP Regional Communications Officer RCO Mary Conrad titled ISP Contact Statewide. The email contained data regarding ISP contacts with Hyundai Elantra cars in 2022. I forwarded the information to FBI analyst Beth Sullins. And my plate reader info. What? At my request, RCO Conrad sent an email titled Plates from Plate Reader System to FBI Analysis. At my request, Conrad sent an email titled More Plate Reader Info, November 13th. The email contained additional NB MICA LPR data. I received access to Idaho's SWET data pertaining to all vehicles contacted by participating law enforcement agencies. I forwarded the data to SWET. On December 14th, 2022, at approximately 11:22 a.m., I received a list of 11 to 13 Hyundai Elantra cars registered in Idaho from Redacted at the Idaho Transportation Department. I just can't. I pray for these people. What the fuck is this? Oh, I conducted presumptive testing on multiple items retained from the residents. 2 items tested were presumptively positive for LOD. Taylor requested NPD retain multiple items from redacted room and spare bedroom located at 1122 King. On February 2nd, MPD retained the following items from the residents: handwritten note, pink and white colored blanket with red hearts, pink and white colored cloth, black and white colored Vans shoes, red and white colored shoes, unknown brand, black and white colored Converse shoes, black and white colored Adidas short sleeve t-shirt, green and pink colored coat. On June 8th, I presumptively tested the items from Report 140 with Blue Star at the MPD Evidence Storage. MPD Evidence Technician Tim Smallridge was present. The pink and white colored blanket and green and pink colored coat tested presumptive positive for LOD. I requested ET Smallridge send the items to ISP Forensic Lab. It's weird reading backwards, isn't it? Twist only takes like 2 hours to get back there. It's still playing this. Concluded the interview. On January 13th, 2022, at approximately 11:44 a.m., ISP Detective Adams and I interviewed Redacted. The interview took place inside my vehicle in the parking lot of Redacted, Latah County, Idaho. This is a summary of the interview. A entered blank former apartment off blank in Moscow when the current tenant was not home. The intention was to receive a dresser he bought from Redacted that she had left in the apartment when she moved out. Was arrested by MPD for unlawful entry. B was drinking at John's Alley Tavern and stayed until about 2 a.m., then drove home blank, where he lives with his father. Went to work at blank later that morning. C blank agreed to provide a buccal swab while wearing nitrile gloves. Now they do procedure. Relevant interview, swab, made a copy. This is the stalker. I think I've seen people talking about the stalkers. So I think that Enton may have gone to the end and cheated like me, reading the end of the book before anything. He's like, oh, well, look, there was stalking. And they try to put it in the same headline as as Cobra. Well, I'll go through it just so we can refresh our memories. Koberger was only in class every few weeks, and sometimes only for half of the class. He never seemed to talk or communicate with any of the students in class. Koberger would sit in the back of the class near where she would sit. Koberger always seemed to be staring at her when she would look. Here we go. Koberger graded harshly and gave her a C in the class. She stated, I don't get C's. Later, her professor, Redacted, changed it to an A, agreeing with her that he graded unfairly. Before talking with Redacted, she emailed Koberger concerning her grade. She stated his comment was, sucks for you, you didn't know what you were doing. Go, Brian, good. Let me look over here. Those insane crazies. Okay, let's say we can get the bottom of this. All these stupid ass Brian looked at me claims. We dude. I know you guys have always had the best comments, so I have to read. Rochelle, nice to see you. Nice to see you. She felt that at times Koberger would intentionally leave the class at the same time and follow her out to the car. On March 3rd, let me guess, is that when class was over? In the parking lot next to the classroom? Ooh. On March 3rd, 2023, Redacted shared screenshots of emails between her and Koberger. I transferred the screenshots onto a compact disc and turned them over to MPD evidence. This is them. A tip was received that Kaylee Gonzalez had a stalker. 2 males were later identified as blank students blank and blank. Race redacted. Date of birth 96. 29. 29-year-old stalker. Is that right? No. Yeah, 29. And a 31-year-old stalker. Both living in the city of Moscow, Idaho. RMS transfer successful. So there was a report taken on these stalkers. Interesting. But the family wasn't aware that anyone was stalking her. But apparently, she filed a freaking report about 2 stalkers. Why do you need to freaking lie? Why do you have to fucking lie? You knew about this. And since you were so close with your daughter and your sister, you knew about this. What are you lying for? Wow. Shit, bro. I mean, this is such a magic act. It's absolutely phenomenal. There's nothing real here. Alright. During the review of the video footage, Gonzalez was seen entering Winco at 7:24. As she enters, she passes 2 males, and you could see them stare at her as she walks past. The 2 males were later identified as redacted blank. Gonzalez walks directly to the alcohol coolers and picks up a case of White Claw. Well, at least she knew who she was. After picking up the White Claw, Gonzalez walks to the self-checkout register. Redacted sees Gonzalez walk past them and immediately starts to follow Gonzalez while she is checking out at the register. Redacted stands back, watching her from a distance. Once Gonzalez finishes checking out, she leaves the store and walks towards her vehicle, which is parked in the far east parking lot along Farm Road. Blank follows Gonzalez to her car, but doesn't make contact with her. He turns and walks back inside Winco and meets up with Blank. Blank and Redacted finish their shopping and check out. As they are walking to the exit, they pass the self-checkout registers and both stare at an unknown female checking out in the self-check. Blank walks outside, stands next to the pillars in the front of Winco as Blank pushes their grocery cart to his vehicle, which is a blank. Once the unknown female exits and walks past Blank, you can see him start to follow her. Once the unknown female exits and walks past Blank, you can see him start to follow her. She seems to be aware he is following her and does a loop past her vehicle and then walks towards the vehicle she came in. Blank did not appear to make contact with her and continued towards Blank's vehicle. So this is a copy of the interview that they did with Blank and Redacted, the stalkers. He and Blank will go grocery shopping at Winco together on Blank. After school at times Blank will see a girl he wants to talk to and will sometimes follow a girl outside the store and try to talk to her outside. Because that's just so comfortable. I mean, I've heard of meeting girls at the grocery store, but this is not a good approach. Have you ever heard how they have like single meetups group and you pretend like you're going shopping and it's actually a meetup thing? He will do this because he is really shy and doesn't want to be rejected in front of his friends. Adams and I interviewed Blank. Blank has been a student at the Blank for almost 2 years. Goes grocery shopping with Blank every Blank after school. I showed Blank a clip from security cameras of him following Kaylee Gonzalez out to her car when she was leaving Winco. Blank agreed that was him following Gonzalez. Blank followed her out of the store to try to talk to her and get her phone number. He was unaware of who she was, and according to him, he did not talk to her. The reason he followed her outside instead of contacting her inside is that he gets embarrassed easily and did not want to be around his peers in case he got... Well, they have their stories straight. They said they saw the other girl. He was unaware of the homicides, which occurred until late afternoon on November 13th around 1 p.m. after he saw an email from the university. Blank didn't, so obviously they go to the University. Blank denied knowing any of the students and had only seen them when a GoFundMe account was sent out to all of the U of I students. The night of the unalivings, he stated he was in his room, as he rarely ever goes. When he does, he likes to follow girls out of the store, except to the gym and grocery store, where he meets chicks. Blank, well, he doesn't leave his room. Does he go to school? Blank agreed to provide DNA swab, which is worthless. All these DNA buccal swabs that they got are completely worthless because they toasted them and threw them away. So all these people agreed to buccal swabs, and then there's nothing to compare it to. Holy freaking matter of fact. We interviewed Redacted regarding interactions with BK as a TA. Wonder if he looked at them. On April 18th, 2023 at 3:15, sucks for you. You didn't understand this. I love that. Okay. During the first semester of 2022, he was enrolled in blank criminal justice course, and Koberger was a TA. He had very few interactions with BK. Koberger was present the first and second day of the course to introduce himself, but was absent the majority of the time. He only remembers 2 notable interactions. The first time was when he was meeting with Redacted following an absence due to an unexpected family member's passing. During the meeting, Koberger was in the room but didn't say anything, which he thought was strange. The second time was during a scheduled, oh my gosh, Zoom meeting between him, Redacted, and Koberger. At the scheduled time, neither Redacted nor Koberger were on the call, so he sent an email inquiring if they were still available to meet. A short time later, Koberger joined the Zoom meeting from Redacted's office, which he thought was strange. He was able to quickly discern Blank and Koberger were not on good terms with each other. In part, by the way, Blank was telling Koberger to end the meeting. A short time after the Zoom meeting ended, he received an email from Redacted advising him he, Redacted, wasn't upset with the questions, but instead he, Redacted, or Blank, had other stuff going on, which he assumed meant Koberger. He didn't have any other personal first-hand info. His impression was that Koberger was standoffish, a bit odd, and just weird. We got more thunder and lightning outside. Neighbor. Slight alter. Oh, interesting. Okay. Knudsen Barrett interview. Knudsen. This is just getting interesting now. Detective Spencer Knudsen with ISP investigation, along with Tyler Barrett, ISP, conducted a phone interview with Blank Blank Redacted, stated that he is a next-door neighbor of the victims. Blank stated he was in a slight altercation with Blank at the Corner Club bar early in the spring. Blank provided us with the name of Blank Blank, who was his roommate. This incident can be closed. What? A phone interview with Blank 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 that stated during last semester he had an altercation with Blank at the Corner Club. Blank stated that Blank told him that it was going to knock him out. Blank stated that Blank was really drunk that night and had no further contact with him. This incident can be closed. Why? Detective Spencer Knudsen, along with Barrett, conducted a phone interview with Blank 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 that stated she talked to Detective Lake on a Tuesday after the incident happened. Blank stated she called in the tip on Blank Blank, who she went to college with. Blank stated that Blank is violent against women. Blank stated that during a Halloween party in 2020, had her friend's hair pulled by Blank Blank. Stated that she has heard Blank talking about women. Blank stated that she has seen Blank fight with other males. Blank stated that in August 22, there was a group chat going on, and Blank stated that Maddie and him, Blank stated that Blank got mad during the chat and called Maddie a bitch. This incident closed. Ooh, they're really getting us with these redacteds, aren't they? Because we can't. What? What's this? Suspects. Interesting. Other suspects, eh? Huh. Interesting. Born 2001, so they're 20 at the time, 21 years old. And this one is 20 years old. Following tips were evaluated. So that's 3 suspects. All right, well, they have a reporting party and then 2 suspects. Interesting. Where's suspect 1? There it is. Brian Koberger is suspect one. Oh, Elantra processing. On March, is that March 0? Or March 9th? 2023, MPD Sergeant Dustin Blacker, Brett Payne, and I processed BK's Elantra for additional evidence. The vehicle was secured inside MPD's evidence garage. MPD evidence technician Tim Smallbrain was also present. I photographed the items packaged and items that the following was collected: turn signal and wiper activator from the steering column, gear shift and boot from the center console. The items collected were turned over to E.T. Smallridge. I entered the scene photographs into evidence. And then, so now, Gideon Roberts reviews several tips and contacted or attempted contact with several subjects. During this time, Koberger was identified as a suspected perpetrator and arrested. The following tips were evaluated. Contact was attempted with all subjects and successful with some. This is interesting. The following tips were evaluated by investigators. Serial numbers. Ding, 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 ding. Per tip information. Multiple reporting parties believe blank, blank, and blank, bang, blank should be multiple reporting parties. Hello. Believe blank, blank, and blank, blank should be looked at as possible suspects due to prior online activity. Interesting. On February 28, 2023, I contacted blank by phone. He advised me he was studying abroad in Spain, but was willing to meet with an FBI agent in Spain for an interview. Several days later, I was contacted by blank mother, who advised me she had spoken with her son and he would be declining to meet for an interview until he returned home in June, so he could have his attorney present. Multiple unsuccessful attempts were made to contact blank. During that time, Koberger was identified as the primary suspect, and we forgot everything else. Holy shit. Serial number 3190 per tip information. Reporting party believed two brothers from the blank family who are allegedly blank at the University of Idaho should be looked at as possible suspects due to alleged conversations heard at a California campsite after the unalivement. On February 6, 2023, I contacted blank and blank at the blank regarding the tip information. Blank advised a blank family had been at the resort at the reported time. Blank advised she'd provide the blank family my contact info and pass the request for contact. On February 28, 2023, I contacted staff at U of I and inquired about the validity and existence of there being enrolled student brothers from the blank family at the time of the report. I have not received any information at this time. Holy shit. What did Bill Thompson say? There could have been other people involved. They looked into it. What the fucking shit? What the fucking shit? The reporting party is in Spain. Wants to wait till they get back from Spain so they can have a lawyer present. What is this? What the shit? February 28th, 2023. I told you that time span, right? Everybody split town right after the freaking crime, dude. So there was no contacting anybody. I mean, you can't extradite somebody from Spain to give you a report about these suspects that it looks like they volunteered, but now they want a freaking lawyer to talk about it. Because Moscow PD is so corrupt, they can't even trust them to report a crime, dude. Non-rug stuff. Radio, TV, compact disc, VK. Interesting. Operation GCD. What's happening, my main man? It's the same link if you have it. I'll go pull it in a second. Thank you for being here, everybody. If you're new to the purge, please hit that subscribe and like button. And don't forget to get on over there with us. We got a great show for you tonight over there on Operation GCD. He'll tell you all about it if he's going to... I don't know if he's going to... Are you going to jump up, Jason? Let me see here. Let's go here. And let's see what we got there. Let's see. Sure, it's here somewhere. Maybe this will get Twiz activated here. There's Jen. What's up, Jen? Take a little break from this for a moment. Let's get it down.
Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in. Out in the holler where the secrets creep, garbage can dudes digging mighty deep. Secret societies, shadows in the pines. Operation GCD of American rebels design. Double J searching deep in his brain hole, past layers of malted hops and bone resin. From cults to cover-ups, we're talking about all of that. So watch your sixth friend and the truth we trust. The world's a puzzle, grunge rock ain't what it seems. Ancient alien cargo cults haunt the moon's pale beams. Cincinnati schemers, history's a haze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in. Join us on the journey and enjoy the show. Thanks for joining us to get a little GC. Yeah, the world's a puzzle, grunge rock ain't what it seems. Ancient alien cargo coats haunt the moon's pale beam. Cincinnati schemers, history's a haze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze. Hell, the world's a puzzle, grunge rock ain't what it seems. Ancient alien cargo cults haunt the moon's pale beams. Cincinnati schemers, history's a haze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze.
Is this the purge? Are we purging?
What's happening, man? Good timing. Nice to see you, man.
Is this the purge?
You're here, bro. We are purging. We've been purging for 2 hours now,
purging?
3 hours, so we're just getting started. Are you cloning yourself? What in the heck?
Greetings, sir.
I thought you might need 7 minutes. I was going to play a little Jeff and Shalia for Chelsea Whitaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you twice, as a matter of fact. Can
Good
you hear
purging,
me?
sir. Fellow purgers.
I think he's in there twice by accident. JJ done cloned himself. You're going to kick one of you out of here, JJ. Let me...
Oh, dude, you cloned me again? Dude, I told you about it.
Yeah, I got rid of the bad JJ. Now the good JJ's here. Welcome in, man. Good to see you, Meg P. and Weenie. Rochelle, my favorites are here. Nice to see you, Allie. And Love Tina's even in the house. So what's new with you, my bro? Can you hear me okay? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do this. You can't hear me. Okay, no audio. That helps. How's that, bro? Can you hear me now? Welcome in, bud. Oh, there he goes again. Double J. I love it. What's shaking, bro? Oh, now you're muted, bro. Hold on. Little,
What's going on right now, dude? I've had about enough shenanigans, sir.
It's not me. It's not me. It's you.
Classic story.
Oh man, who's on first? Nice to have you with us, brother. Sorry you had to attend a wake today. That's tragic news.
Yes, sir. Same as me. I appreciate your condolences there. Doc was a good man.
Yeah, that's never easy. Man, we have been.
Well, hold on, wait. You start talking, and then I'll interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's how it usually works. We've been reading these documents backwards, and man, are they dumb. They really put some shit out there that they really thought we were going to believe.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because did you know that Madison Mogan's mother filed a temporary injunction which the court has issued?
Jen? Is that
stop
Jen
the
in
release
here?
of any more documents?
Yes, it's Jen.
Jen, greetings, ma'am. How you doing?
Well, I got a whole full house back here.
Did you see that?
She filed an injunction to what?
Madison Mogan's mother filed a temporary injunction the court has issued with a hearing pending on the 21st to cease and desist the release of any more documents.
Why would she do that?
Great question, sir. Great question.
Holy shit. And I wonder what the Chapin's take is on that one. That is
well, I mean, are they just taking turns of who's going to be the front person on these operations? Because we've not heard hide nor hair from Madison Mogan's mother until now.
Yeah, that's wild that she wants to jump in right now. I didn't even know how to react to that. When did this news come out? 'Cause I was checking the news right up until we went live.
I think I sent it to the Lucy Morningstar Underworld News Agency about an hour ago.
The Underworld News Agency. Is that the official name now? I love it.
Well, I had some downtime at my little my memorial service I was at, so I got on Twixter. First thing on Twixter was this fucking lawsuit. I was like, holy shit.
That's a lot of trouble to go to for something involving
under what pretense, sir? Under what pretense is she arguing this? I haven't got a chance to read the court documents yet, but she's got an interesting attorney she's hired. I know that much. Looked him up.
No kidding.
Yeah, like what's the pretense in which you'd be arguing and what's to not really? You know what I mean? You have to have a legal reason to do these things. You can't just be like, I don't like it, which I'm sure she doesn't.
Wow, Brea Silva, thank you so much. She sent out 20 Purge. The Purge memberships were getting low, Jage, and Brea gifted 20 of them. Congratulations to everybody that got one, and thank you so much. I saw that up there. Looks like Circus Music, Tammy, a bunch of folks got them. That's really great. Thank you so much. Brea, you're awesome. You're the man today. Your favorite uncle's even up in here. Annie Ruler. Excellent. Amy Conway, always nice to see you. Holy crap. What's going on, Jen? Hello.
Hello.
We are happy to see you. I wasn't sure you were going to make it. Welcome to the Purge.
Well, you tell me an hour before. I mean,
I meant to text you last night.
Classic.
Like
classic ambush.
Because I'm not. I mean, I guess he thinks I'm just waiting around like every day, 24/7, to just
Yeah, I'm just sitting here wondering when Kane's going to contact me for a surprise.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
like a toy on the shelf. He just takes off when he wants to play with. We're gonna do a live. Let's take Jen off the shelf. I don't ever get a text hello or nothing. So rude. I'm breaking up with you. We're done.
Typical. I'm glad you get the same treatment. I'm not glad you get the same treatment.
But you're glad it's not just you.
Yeah. At least we know Kane's equitable in his,
At least he's consistent. I'll give him that.
the ambush purges tend to be the best, though.
Best purge ever.
Well, good to have. That takes. I've been reading documents for the last hour and a half, so it's nice to take a little weight off. I'll let you guys run the show here. Let me just step back, and everybody's sick of my voice anyway. You guys do your GCD Criminal Confidential thing for me. I'm just going to sit back and listen.
I was looking on Twitter trying to find the thing about Maddie. I don't know.
So who was the lawyer that she retained, Jage?
Was it the same one at the press conference, or like quote-unquote press conference, whatever little thing they did outside the courthouse?
Was it John Laurel James IV?
No, I think it was like a weird name. Maybe.
That's a weird name, if you ask me, John Laurel James IV, but... give me 1 second. I'll tell you. I think that was his name. It was something. John. Maybe it was John. There we go. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Well, if you put an Esquire at the end of that, I'll tell you
temporary restraining order. Damn.
That is such a
wild. They filed it on the 12th. They filed it on the 12th. Because I looked at the court doc. I haven't read the court record yet, but they filed it on the 12th, and it was issued. I think today, as the temporary restraining order was issued today. They had a hearing on the 15th. Issued today, and I'm sorry, they didn't have a hearing. They have a hearing on the 21st. So it's issued today for a temporary, but the hearing on the 21st will decide whether or not it's a permanent injunction.
I mean, it's not just her decision. Like, I mean, the public in general has the right to these records.
Exactly. No, you're precisely right, man. That's what I was saying to Kane, is what's the legal pretense in which she's filing this motion to stop this business? Because it can't just be
why now? Yeah,
why now? Right, and why now? Right, and why now?
Yeah, that's odd.
Wild. And what hasn't been released that's so important to stop? Maybe the audio.
That was my question. So maybe that's what I was thinking, sir. My immediate thought was, well, this is part of the magic show, right? They're going to do this whole fake transparency thing because they're not going to release the court record. Hitler's not going to unseal shit. So they're going to do all this. We're releasing all these police documents, investigatory documents, and some pictures, but it's a limited release. And then they roll out one of the parents, one we haven't heard from yet, and say, oh, well, she's butthurt, so we're not going to do it anymore.
Yeah, we're doing it out of respect. We're just going
to give them an out to stop.
It doesn't matter. We'll download them already anyway, so sucks for them.
Well, they've thwarted us enough with these redacted names. I mean, don't you think suspect 2 and 3 would be important to look at?
Yeah, I saw a couple where they had Brian, his age listed as 27, and granted, okay, fine, it could be just a typo, but like it could also be that they were investigating him before he turned 28. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Oh, for sure. And all indicators exhibit that, don't they, Jen?
Right.
Back to the December 16th, tracking him to CVS, the December 13th, telling him Gonzalez, right? So they're always going back to these dates further back. Now, I certainly picked Brian Koberger no later than November 15th. So I expect them to be surveilling him as early as then.
I think that Jenkins had something to do with him being chosen or whatever you want to say.
I don't disagree. There's lots of
What
stuff
would
going on
make
over
you
at Pullman
think
that's not
that
being
exactly
addressed.
they were investigating him on the 13th?
Christy G said it, didn't she?
Yeah. She
Yeah,
said
she
they
said
got a
swirling
phone
his
call
name
from the
around.
FBI. They were swirling his name around.
Yeah.
On the 13th?
Yeah, we know Payne says the 19th. We know the FBI reports they've released now indicate the FBI was tracking him on the 16th. The Gonzalez say the 13th. I'm just saying they did not go into these matters. Despite their reports, they did not go into these. There's elements of this investigation that did not go into these matters without the pre-selected determination of Brian Koberger.
Right.
Pre-selected.
If you look at the
yes.
If you look at the
Agreed.
press releases on the 19th versus the next day, it goes from like 6 pages to like 2 or 3. They took out all the stories about DM and BF sleeping on the first floor and blah 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 getting cleared and blah Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi. They took out all of that overnight. So they already made their decision. They're like, okay, we're good now.
Oh, for sure, and that's the biggest takeaway I think, and understanding that when comparing the narratives and the state's narrative, the media's narrative, and now the investigatory documents narratives, comparing all those things and trying to make the schizo, trying to make reason out of them, you just go, schizo in, schizo out with it. But what the biggest takeaway is the law enforcement officers, including the Gooch, they all, not only permitted but aided and abetted the lies and did not investigate at the same time. They uninvestigated and aided and abetted the lies. So it's not so much. It's obviously the victim, the quote unquote victims or surviving roommates are obviously complicit, but the Gooches and gang are just as much more complicit, as complicit, if not more complicit.
Absolutely. I was reading one of the reports, the new ones that came out, and they contacted defense witnesses. I can't remember what number it was. I have to look it up. But ISP was reaching out to defense witnesses and basically asking them if they had gotten a subpoena, if they had spoken to Anne. And I couldn't believe that they did that in the first place, let alone the fact that the amount of witnesses that were subpoenaed and said that they didn't hear from Anne's office was like ridiculous.
Well, I mean, we know folks been getting threatened. That bullshit story they gave around the DNA situation with that Danielle Vargas lady back in August 2023. The story they gave of how they got the FBI came to her door is utter bullshit. It reeks of them surveilling the communications of all of the defense team.
Absolutely. It's not normal. And I don't know.
Not on top of that, their story's bullshit, but the idea that you go threaten a defense witness to change your testimony in a pretrial hearing, that's
bizarre.
I think that what they're trying to block, Jage, is the grand jury, in my opinion. Would you agree on that?
As far as
the testimony and the whatever was said in that grand jury hearing.
Well, I think ultimately they're trying to block this is a hoax. I agree with witness protection, Larry, sir, but they're not going to release anything else. It was all a magic show. Again, these documents, the only thing we can yield from these documents is bullshit. You know what I mean? And again, at the end of the day, I think that's part of the whole mission here is to make everyone fucking angry.
To overwhelm and confuse.
It's a multifaceted approach to domestic terrorism. It's not the first time this has occurred, but I mean,
It's
I was
not
just doing a show.
normal. Sorry,
I was
go
just doing a show on the Unabomber yesterday. There's a case we have no resolution to. There was no trial.
Dude, you blew
There was
my
no- they
brain
tried-
bone with that Unabomber stuff. I never in a
Yes, sir.
million years would have thought that was bullshit. But
Wait, there was
okay,
no trial. Right, I don't even want to go there
Dude,
right
they
now.
wouldn't even let him fire his defense counsel.
How do you not let someone fire their defense? That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
so
bizarre.
he stood up in the first hearing and he demanded a pretrial conference with the judge and prosecution, and 3 weeks later there was a plea deal. There was no hearings.
Interesting.
it
And it was the
reeks
same.
of
It was the same
everything
kind
in
of
this
situation
case.
here. Well, there's a lot of parallels for sure, because one of the deals was the death penalty, and that's what they made him plea down to there. But they weren't going to let him out otherwise. They were never going to let him present his own defense. They were never going to let him have an actual trial or hearings. They were just going to try to force him into a death penalty, or as a result, and the secondary prize in that matter is life in prison without the death penalty, which is what Koberger received.
And his brother
And again-
gets the $1 million reward for turning him in.
Yes, sir. And I assure you, to date, he still is alive and profiting handsomely. Various nonprofits and foundations over such matters. And I have a lot of questions about old David Kaczynski, because, again, he was a co-owner of the property from day one in 1971. And we're all told this whole story of Ted Kaczynski's a Looney Tune who lived in the woods and didn't have, disconnect from his family. That's bullshit. The townsfolk in Lincoln, Montana knew his father. They knew his brother. His brother lived and worked there for a while. And on top of that, his brother is no different than Ted as far as being this off the gridder kind of guy. So it's a very interesting narrative that's painted around these things, but it's all propaganda.
So it's Judge Marshall that issued the temporary restraining order prohibiting the release of any images, audio.
Oh, so it was the 15th. Okay.
The
All right, then we're
audio,
screwed. Guys.
dude.
We're screwed. We're screwed if it's her. First of all, she got promoted.
Yes.
Because of all this. Second of all, I saw there was some Instagram profile that was focused on like the divorced fathers, single fathers, and like their rights in court, and like how like they might get screwed over in court when it comes to their getting custody and things like that. And there were a lot of posts about Marshall and how she had tried to like silence that Instagram poster, whoever owns the profile. I have to find it. I'll send it to you. But basically, I don't think she likes free speech very much.
Oh, and she's also the one that gave the DoorDash driver her kids back, by the way.
Oh, interesting. Well, there you go.
Yep.
So I guess she does family court and criminal court. She got 2 promotions, actually. I think she took John Judge's spot, and then like maybe a year later or maybe within the year, I don't know exactly. She was appointed as something by Brad Little. So she was like chosen.
Well, she was doing the family stuff before that appointment. She got the temporary appointment when John Judge retired.
Right.
And then she got the full time by Brad Little. You're correct, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. The Sheep Kings.
So it says the Moscow Police Department says Judge Marshall found that major portions of the released material did not constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy. However, he noted, isn't Marshall a she, that some.
Well, I mean, let's not be judgmental, Kane. Maybe it's a he. We don't know that.
Let's not nitpick.
Maybe non. What is it? I don't know.
Let's not presume. It's 2025. Let's not go out there.
We don't know her pronouns, Kane.
I forgot all about the wokeness. He noted that some portions of videos and photographs, including unreleased body cam footage, could potentially invade privacy. While the restraining order specifically applies to Madison Mogen's bedroom, the city of Moscow has decided not to release any further the thing that's really a big one is the audio, because the interviews with Mogen or Mortensen and the other people here.
Let me ask you this, sir. What photographs, what audios have officially been released thus far?
None.
Official release, exactly. It's part of the magic show. And I agree with Dan in the comments. It is indeed Idaho Contra.
Wow, because I mean, you literally have FBI going to defense witnesses' houses and bullying them or whatever, and now you have them completely redacting the whole shit. Yeah,
It's
is
not
this
just
the
the
purge?
redaction. It's yeah. Well, is this the purge? That's a good question, sir. Because it's not just the redaction; it's the magic show around the release. So they release some photographs to the news outlets, and then they do a limited release, and they report to everyone, "Oh, we can only release these images because the rest are very gruesome." Yet the images we get are total bullshit, especially in comparison to the files and reports that were given. So, and on top of that, the 911 audio was leaked by the Whitman County 911 unit there, which is a joint effort by both counties in Pullman, Washington, and in Moscow. So this is their whole idea of, oh, we're not, we're not releasing, but we're releasing it, but it's still not official. So we still have yet to actually hear the official 911 audio, and we've all pointed out here on the Purge numerous mistakes and errors in the past with that business, and there seems to be ongoing with the new reports. Based upon where Dylan Mortensen's now in the house when the cops come there, according to the reports, it's not in the 911 call.
Right, she's outside looking for a defibrillator.
Yep.
Absolutely unbelievable.
So by blocking this now, there's no official release of the audio like the 911 call, no official release of any photographs. We've gotten all the reports. Judge Hippler is going to go ahead and tell us all to go fuck ourselves, and that'll be it. No more, nothing.
Yeah, that'll be the end of it for sure. And, just as we think we're getting closer, again, they push us decades back.
Yep. They Shyamalan twist us at the end with the old Hippler Friends and Family program.
Well, Marshall certainly didn't waste any time in using her newfound power, did she? Or he?
Kane, I posted the link to the video about Megan Marshall. I don't know if you want to pull it up.
Is it got music?
I don't think so.
Let me
I don't know.
mute the thing just in case.
Hold on, I'll check. Hold on.
Meg, what are you changing my show name to now? That's weird. Let's see the audio. Oh, this looks good. Okay, hold on.
I want to introduce you guys to Megan Marshall. She is a magistrate in the Latah County court system, and she's been a bad judge. A year ago, I had a guest on the podcast to tell a story. Well, his ex got pissed.
What's the
that
newest
he dared
one?
Talk about what it was like with her.
Hello?
Yep, what's up?
Are we watching a video?
Yeah, I was playing this video about I think there's music in the background, but it's okay.
Well, I'm new and I don't know what to do, so I'll watch the video and then I'll hold my thoughts.
Fair enough. I'm playing it with hesitation, but I can just remove it, I guess, if need be.
Oh, she ran to the family court and claimed that my guest was slandering her. Magistrate Megan was their magistrate or judge, and she decided that she needed to intervene and watch not only that episode, but several other episodes I've done. She decided I needed to remove that episode of the podcast because it was hurtful to my guest's ex and because it painted the family court in a bad light. Well, no shit, it painted the family court in a bad light. That's what happens. Here's the court order demanding I remove it. Sorry, Megan. That shit doesn't fly with me. I don't know who you are. I don't care. But you're not going to tell me what I can and cannot post. So we're just going to put you on the wanted list because like all these other judges before you, you're trying to use your power from behind the bench to try and silence people. That's not going to happen here.
So he put her on the wanted list. Or him. I'm sorry.
I mean, here you go misgendering folks again, but I don't disagree with this man's statements.
Are you reading some of these comments? This evil, corrupt judge absolutely effed me in my divorce. I truly hate this woman.
Yeah,
Good.
so she doesn't seem very fair.
Yeah, it's a him. It's a him, Jen.
Oh, if you don't know,
He is pretty. He's almost prettier than Too Fast for Fleas.
I'd say she'd be in a competition with old Janet Reno for Miss America.
Here's a good, well put. A judge asking you to violate your freedom of speech. I guess she never studied the Constitution.
Mm.
Can you spell that? Can you use that in a sentence? Constitution. Most of these judges can't. So, speaking of bullshits, now in the reports I seen that we have the numerous now speaking of back timelines of things, reports of the knife sheath around 2 p.m. and noon p.m.s. What's that about?
I saw some report that said that Kane was there at like around 2 p.m. or something. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yep. And then there's a report saying that ISP, HR Puff and stuff, contacted Chief James Fry at, I think 12:30 maybe, telling him about a knife sheath.
Yeah. So
at 12:30.
How are these people? It was before 1 o'clock, and don't quote me on the precise 12:30s.
Well, I did.
It was early.
I did a countdown timer before you guys got here. I'm not sure if you saw it. And it was in correlation to the report from, was it Barrett and Payne, doing the walkthrough of how long it would have taken BK to stab people 80 times. And I just sat here and I stabbed 80 times. And just to stab alone was a minute and a half, and I reached 60 stabs. Okay, that's not including walking in the house, going up the stairs, going through the kitchen, going up the other stairs, going into the different rooms. They say he looked in the room, and then he went and did Madison. I didn't even include Madison Mogan. I didn't include Ethan Chapin. So I think you're plus 100 stabs. And they said on the first quick run through, they could do it in a minute and a half.
Payne's got short legs though, and it's not exactly scientific.
Well, normally I would disagree with the parameters of your testing there, sir, but and ask for you for your certifications. But it sounds like you did about as much scientific testing as they did, so I congratulate you on your efforts.
Yes.
I mean, why didn't they have scientists do these tests, like actual crime scene reconstructionist people? Well, just like they did the drive test, whatever you call it, with the Elantra.
But they didn't record any of these things. The drive test, the maps they used. I got a nice screenshot. It's a fabulous PowerPoint, but that's all they got. They didn't record the walkthroughs, these stabbings, in the 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They just wrote it on a piece of paper and said, "Yeah, we did it."
Yeah.
Literally, dude. Literally, and you wonder. With the dog bark test on top of it.
Yeah, they did that one too. I forgot about that one. Oh my god.
I'm not convinced that was Murphy. First of all, I'm almost certain that's not Murphy, and secondly, I'm not convinced that wasn't just spliced in there in some of that footage. Because again, all this footage that we get leaked out, people be fucking with it and having folks, go schizo about it.
This is the thing that everyone forgot. From the very beginning, they were adamant. Multiple officers, the mayor, they were all very adamant about saying that evidence at the scene gave them enough, told them that it was between 3 and 4. So something at the scene told them that original timeline. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I think I know what that was. Brett Payne was smelling Bill Thompson's farts, and then that's how they concluded it was.
Oh no, maybe it was the time zone. His time was.
That's what it was. They got it confused again, like DM. I don't know which time zone I was in when I sent these messages.
Whose phone doesn't automatically update nowadays? Like, come on, bro.
It's Moscow time, Boise time. That what? That might have been their intention by saying that her phone time was set to Boise to be able to change the timeline.
100%.
Wow.
100%.
Again, we don't know where anyone was. By all reports, Ethan and Zayna never made it back to that house. By all reports, Kaylee question the whereabouts of Kaylee is in question in all these reports. They just stray right past where her location is, where she's alleged to be in the house. But when they start talking about where all these people are talking about places and people, they just keep and then she's not taking out her own dog continually, and et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So we don't know where these people were beforehand. We don't know they were at that house. We don't know that was the actual murder scene, if there were murders. I would say Ethan Chapin's apartment sounds like a good place to start as far as locating the scene where, if any actual crime did occur.
Yes. Did you notice that Ethan's the only victim who has either no address listed in the new ISP documents, or it's like blacked out?
Exactly. There's a complete obfuscation from that, right?
What is the big secret?
There's a complete obfuscation from that, right? And we're just now learning, and folks know about that Ethan had an apartment.
Yeah.
I can tell you by redacting all, or by this injunction or whatever, they have opened up a whole new shit show.
Now they're going to come out with more files that are just going to cover their asses for the shit that they didn't cover in the other files. Like, that's what the ISP records are doing.
The lies are just getting deeper and deeper, man. Deeper and deeper.
Yeah, they're trying to give answers to MPD reports, the questions that came from that. And then they're just adding a whole bunch more questions just to try to overwhelm and confuse. That's it. Period. Why is Homeland Security involved? Did you see that? Is that normal?
Yeah, well, I know why they're involved. It's Idaho Contra, ma'am.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I mean, between that and then the FBI FOIA request on Kaylee December 15th, I don't know. There's something's wrong here.
Yeah, we can assume that there's definitely a cover up now. And
I would like to note that the U.S. Senate is still dragging their feet on reappointing the U.S. attorney for the District of Idaho. The guy who was Trump's first U.S. attorney there in his first term, he reappointed him as soon as he came back into office when he fired Hurwitz. But the U.S. Senate still will not officially appoint him. So therefore, Hurwitz's old number 2 is still the acting U.S. attorney for that district. And did you also see in the report, speaking of Idaho, disregard Idaho Contra there, the Washington State Attorney General's office sent an investigator into the mix here as well, not only just the Homeland Security folks. So like I was saying about all that gun or the old firearms trafficking out of Fairchild Air Force Base, if y'all remember that one, right? And they moved the ringleader of that to Whitman County Jail on December 5th, 2022. And then he went poof and disappeared into the Federal Bureau of Prison System, and I still can't find him.
Wow. Yeah, I remember seeing that about the Attorney General. I think they were interviewing someone from WSU at the time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying they're definitely in the mix, and it's been my assertion from the Cowboys on December 9th of 2022 that they were actually the U.S. Marshals from the Washington State U.S. Attorney's Office sent in there to see what the fuck was going on.
There was I don't know if you want to call him a private investigator. I guess private investigator.
Check, right?
Do you remember there was a private investigator that showed up at 1122? He was behind the crime scene tape. His thing said like fugitive. I don't know.
Yeah, I tracked him down. He equates to a mall security guard.
Why would they let him behind the crime scene tape? Like he was inside the house.
Well, he worked for he was licensed as an unarmed security guard for a company out of Coeur d'Alene who was hired by the Idaho State Police to maintain the scene.
Interesting. JJ, did you notice the car that was out there securing the scene for the first couple of weeks was had Montana plates? Did you see that?
Yeah, I tracked it down to that same company.
Okay, got it. I was
wondering when you get up to Coeur d'Alene, Montana is just down the road up there on the interstate.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
That makes sense then. A lot of things about this case, I will admit, are very unique just geographically because of the isolation of being a small town surrounded by wheat fields and shit. So a lot of things I have to like remind myself, like a lot of these connections are just because it's a smaller population.
In a certain respect, sure.
Yeah, in a certain respects. But yeah, this shit's crazy. I can't believe Maddie's mom all of a sudden. I was just talking about her earlier. I was like, whatever happened to that GoFundMe? It was like over 70 grand. It was a joint GoFundMe for Maddie and Kaylee, but it was the beneficiary was Maddie's mom. Someone named Jesse Frost had started it. Do you remember that?
There was 70,000 raised for that.
Yeah. So like, why couldn't the G's use that for travel?
Because it's all for one and all for themselves in this case.
Well, yeah, they're going to bars, they're traveling the world, they're getting tattoos. Got to spend that money somehow.
This is a disturbing trend, and I can see where folks can sit on the fence or either way about it, but The disturbing trend I keep seeing in all of these cases that have a lot of dubious circumstances around it, such as this one, is the families and folks doing these massive GoFundMe campaigns. Numerous.
Yeah, like that's
massive
just too
GoFundMe
much money. Like that's just not unnecessary. It's just not necessary.
For what? For
Right.
what?
Right.
For what? There wasn't even a funeral for any of these folks.
Right. And Steve even said that basically Xana's family, I think her aunt, had set up the whole memorial, whatever they had, whatever you want to call it, on the 30th of December, remember? That whole thing, he's like, oh, I didn't have to do anything, didn't have to call anybody, I just have to show up. Like, she handled everything. Okay, so, I mean, and the church...
And everyone said... Oh, go ahead. I apologize.
No, I was saying, I doubt that church charged them. If they did, like, how much?
Well, and now we hear that Ethan Chapin allegedly had an open casket, and I assure you, by all reports of that event, yeah,
I didn't hear that. When?
I forget where I read that now. I'll get back to you on that. I read it somewhere. Someone said he had it in the reports.
Was it one on the 21st where the Chapins were like outside speaking in front of somewhere?
Well, that's the deal. That's what I'm talking about. So that event on the papers for the University of Washington, where that was held at up by their home there in north of Seattle. That was not a funeral. That was a memorial service. And there was no one in attendance for it, was there?
Right. I don't remember anything besides that one little...
Why would there be? It's 4 hours away from where he went to school, right? First and foremost, maybe some of his hometown folks were there. But in the videotape or the video recordings, all the footage, there's no one. The people that you see walking into that building's for the next event that day.
Wow. And how did they have... If they did bury him, like... I've heard, I think he was cremated, but whatever. How did they have an autopsy like weeks later? Right? Because the autopsy report was dated in December.
That's what they claim.
It can't take that long because everyone else's was done 3 days after. I don't know.
Well, they'll just say that they took them that long to sign it. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that what it is? Weird.
I'm just saying that would be the excuse, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they can backdate
it's like these reports. A lot of these reports are backdated weeks after the events.
And if you pay attention, like I was really trying to like pay attention to the numbers, like the sequence, not just the report numbers, but like there's something called a hold on, I wrote it down, like called a PRN number. I don't know what that stands for, and then something called an MNI number, and like each witness and like the victims, they had different MNI numbers, but it seems like they had the same PRN numbers. I don't know what that stands for, but they seem to be like sequential. So like Kaylee's was 255-910, Maddie's was 255-911, Xana's was 255-912, Ethan's was 255-913. This is from like the first page of the ISP reports. And they seem to be the same numbers, no matter what other report you're looking at out of those 600 pages or almost 600. But the other number, the MNI number changes, but they're all like in sequential order where they should be, I should say. But sometimes they're not. So it's pretty obvious that like they're edited. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm making sense.
Oh, no, it's all a hoax. Witness protection, Larry was right.
Do you know what those things stand for? PRN and MNI?
Yeah, I think it's probably propaganda registration numbers, correct?
Oh my God.
Well, you've been watching Lucy's channel too much, Jake. So what about the document, I guess, where it turns out that there was a firearm involved in this?
I missed that one.
Yeah.
I've been kind of just scrolling.
It was in.
If you want my opinion, and this is, I don't have anything to substantiate this, other than the stories that were conveyed to me from folks in Idaho early on from the messages they had received, and it was that there was a gun involved. These kids were held hostage, tied up, and then mutilated, if you will.
Those were the beginning rumors.
That was from numerous reports I got from disparate parties in Idaho. That's what so these were the communications that were going out in those Snapchats, if you will. That was the message that was allegedly being portrayed through at least one of those Snapchat groups.
The Snapchat thing is confusing and concerning to me because I saw a video, I think KXLY did it, about the San Martinez investigation at WSU and how the Snapchat, it was they couldn't get into Snapchat because of how they delete the messages. Like they don't keep them unless there's like an order. Like it's this whole problem. And I think I mentioned Cellbrite. If you want, I can find the video. But anyway, my point is these kids, quote unquote, young adults, purposely were going on Snapchat to conceal what they were talking about, in my opinion. I mean, listen, these fraternities, sororities, they have the public facing Facebook pages and Instagram profiles, the ones that have this like certain aesthetic and show what they pick and choose to the world, and then they have their fakestagrams, you know? And that's where the real magic happens.
Well, not that it'll be any surprise to you, Jen, but or any of us, but apparently there were Snapchats within the general area of the university about the crimes before 12:30.
Right. There had to be, because they wouldn't all of a sudden just be like, oh, you know what? Okay, I think I'm scared now. I wasn't scared for the past, 7 hours and 55 minutes, but now I'm scared. So now I'm going to call my friend for help. Like, no, it was like almost like a cue. Like, oh, it's your time's up. Come on, get on stage. That's how I take it, at least.
Literally, exactly.
And you look at, there's like text messages, like rapid fire, back and forth with Bethany and Jenn and McClure, back and forth. And then that's when the 911 call is made. So like, what was said to trigger that all of a sudden? Like, okay, now I'm scared. Just kidding. I wasn't before. It was bullshit. Complete bullshit.
Sorry. Wait, what did Lucy say here? Just because it deletes from a device does not mean the same as it deletes from the platform server. Yes.
Let me find the video, because there's like some Snapchat's just, it's different the way they handle things. Hold on. Because it apparently caused a problem, and that's why they couldn't really prosecute anybody for Christian Martinez dying. But it's a whole bunch of bullshit, if you ask me. They acted like they.
The thing that's blowing my brain out of the water is the fact that these other two suspects, that they had multiple people because of online interactions report to ISP, and we couldn't contact the reporter, and he lawyered up, so we didn't pursue it anymore. And it's just
crazy.
That
right?
Literally makes me want to vomit right there. Where you at on that one, Jage?
Well, I mean, we know all these messages went out. The validity and of them, of which is in question. We see more and more evidence of which some of that stuff may in fact be true. I know one of the other elements of those messages, my understanding from reports I got, were Ethan was nearly decapitated. So whether or not that's accurate or not, but would substantiate the reason why all these bodies were cremated in a rapid fashion. Right? Because they don't to hide more of that kind of evidence. But we know the mayor suggested they were tied up. So again, we have elements suggesting that. What we also know now is some of the known knowns is no one's talking about this. None of these students, they got the Snapchats. They've all seen the things transpire in the events in the aftermath. They don't have questions. They don't have concerns. What's that fat shit mayor up to these days? Eating donuts down the corner? What's he doing?
Speaking of fat shits, what about Joe Vito and his interaction?
Yeah.
You mean Joe Bag of Donuts?
One report
Joe
with his
Bag of
name
Donuts
in it,
there?
or initials. Anybody seen it? I haven't. And he made a point to say that he went there. I think he said he went there that Wednesday or Tuesday, and that he was there for like a couple hours, and like they needed his help to like help create the timeline, blah 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 blah. Like he wasted all this time making these freaking videos on TikTok proclaiming his innocence. Then he says he had a video that showed when he arrived home with his Coke can. Like, why didn't you just show us the video? Save yourself the time. I don't know.
And additionally, you have Jack Showalter to bring his name back into the tourniquet, claiming that he didn't know Kaylee. And if you're gonna lie in the interview to the police, what else are you lying about?
Let's put a sidebar on that for a moment, sir. And those statements, these are the narratives the police are saying these folks said. Just to be fair.
Fair enough, but he does state in the document that he never met Kaylee before, and there are pictures of him at 1122 prior to the homicide. So it's like, you know, whatever they're shoving into people's mouths and getting them to retort, or it does seem like each family takes their turn in the cock block of this investigation, and now you have Maddie's mom jumping into the foray.
Yeah.
If you're hungry, snap into a sidebar.
Speaking of jumping in the foray, I gotta jump into a sidebar here, sir. I'll be right back with you.
Yeah, Jen, let's take a little break. A few people haven't seen my reel from today, and I have some stuff in there for people like Chelsea Whitaker, if she's still here. Let me see. I don't know what if Risk is more important than the Purge to Twiz today. I'm sure he's listening, but I miss seeing him here, so hopefully he'll pop up into the chat. He goes through stages. I don't know.
I do too. It's all right.
Yeah, just give us 7 minutes here, and I will run the reel here, and that'll give us a chance to get everybody caught up and everybody to walk their dogs and all that stuff. So, if you've seen it,
I'll be back.
Okay, we'll be back. Well, not me. Thanks, Jen. Thank you for watching, everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button or whatever. And if you're new to the perch, hit that subscribe. Join us here on the channel. And here we go.
Everybody wants to talk about twin flame sex.
Sit. Down. Bust a move. Bust a move. Bust a move.
Morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath, then I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on?
By now that if it got this sound, the Jet 2 holiday, it's gonna be crazy. But I was not expecting this shit. I seen she was missing an arm. I'm like, all right, that's gotta be it. What the fuck? I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. Pulled off in that bitch. Skirt.
It's a mess. Stand by.
Come on, Jeffy.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
I went on a date this week, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, and the guy said I look like John Benet Ramsey. If she were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer if they'd found him. And we had a fun night of role playing. So.
What are you even doing with that?
I think I'll see him again.
What? Hey, you have something to talk about, right? Holy God almighty.
I think he nailed it.
It's out there. It's
I know.
out there, right?
I thought he was charming, you know?
So are you?
minute. Let's make a cute little fall DIY. I found this wicked cute little frame at Dollar Tree, along with these adorable little dried flowers. I want to kind of put them all together and, you know, make like a really cute little floral witchy thingy for fall. You know what I mean? All you're gonna need is some of this liquid adhesive, some of these cute little dried flowers here. I found them in this like black and gray, like muted. I was like, yes. And then one of these little frames. Just gonna put a little dot of this adhesive on each one. Oh crap, it might be dried out. Hang on. Okay, now we're good. So we're just gonna put like a little drop on each one and stick them onto our frame. Okay, do not do what I just did. You don't want to put your adhesive on this side. You want to flip them over and put it all on that side. Lesson learned.
How do you know it's ice? Yeah. Wow. Wow, this is f***ing intimidating. Oh my God. Oh my, oh, they're literally taking someone, they're trying to, oh my God. I'm serious. Seriously f***ed up. Oh my God. Oh no, there are more people coming. Oh wow. No, there are people getting in front of the cars. Oh my God, they're running over the people in the car. Yeah, and the problem is they're trying to do it downtown on a crowded street. There are at least 20 people in front of the car. Someone's gonna get run over. Wow, someone's hanging off the car. Oh my God. Oh God.
Taylor, right?
Yes.
Hey, can I sit in the front?
Sure.
How are you doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Appreciate you doing this for me.
You're welcome.
You know, you are the finest Uber driver I've seen out here.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Did you got anything going on after?
Maybe.
You got any friends or?
No.
Alright, so it's just you then. For real? Alright then. Whatever, bro. Have a good night.
Here we are at Johnson Shut-Ins. Cohen and Kane are jumping off the high cliff.
I done it. Alright.
$5.
Hey. Well done. Hey, well done, sir. Good job. It's cold down there.
I'll be very quiet. I'm going for it. Zach!
What just happened?
Bingo. Am I supposed to be jealous because you're getting your booty scratched? Oh, look at that face, Jesus. It must feel good to you. Grand hitting the spot, Bingo. Bingo. Oh, cross-eyed, Bingo.
Hopefully this is... Oh, it is him! No, it's him!
bloodthirsty troops will show no fucking mercy. The finest boots will stomp upon your legacy. They will send your soul straight to the deity. Come on, drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Oh come on, drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Come on. Sometimes the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. Today we did what we had to do. They counted on America to be passive. They were oh so fucking wrong. Because bombs are falling from the sky, will hit the target. Time to simplify. Whoa, time to simplify. Oh yeah. Come on. Drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Oh come on. Drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Oh come on. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Drop the bomb, bomb, bomb. Drop the bomb, bomb, bomb. Drop the bomb, bomb, bomb. Oh come on. Drop the bomb. Oh yeah. Drop the
Scary Jeff and Shalia. Ah! We're gonna come and eat your children.
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all the truth or just disappear in the air. Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B, the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Such a wing, say since self-ed from my duet self-right.
Well, damn, it seems like this chat is ready to solve this case tonight. Let me see. Let's bring back our special guests, Jage and Jenn. Both hot, full of fire and brimstone for all the BS that they're going through right now. They're putting us through anyway. Man, why? You know, it's true. I mean, JJ put it so well in Not Kane Me the other day when he was saying that this case could just never go to trial. And also Annie Ruler, you guys, she's got a great channel over there. Let me pull that up for you guys. Make sure you sub up over there. Hold on. Darn nabbit. Why is that? Hope I didn't just block her. Accident. This is Annie Ruler, and she's got a lot of stuff going on there also as well. And please sub to that channel here, and should have the kids back here in just a moment. Thank you for being here, Annie. We appreciate it. Have a great night. I appreciate you. See you next Tuesday. That's right, Tuesday. Let me make sure I still see her. So, yeah, she should be good. I did it to Heather, so it could happen to anybody. Let's see here. And I'm checking in on Jage and Jenn. Still a lot to talk about here tonight. Hello. Are you there, mates? He's probably still walking Abner. There's Jennifer. What's happening, man? How's things going with your daughter? I love you guys too. I love you too, Gina. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. What's that, Annie Potts? Did I just pin Annie Potts? No, I pinned you, right? Miss Potts, Annie took a break. What's going on? How's things going with the whole family and everything? Good? Okay. I thought you rage quit there, but yeah. So, what have you been holding on to? I'm sure that you haven't been on the show in a million years here. I'm sure you got a lot on your own just to add. Donuts.
Did you? I don't know if you saw in chat. I think Rochelle brought it up. But
Sorry, I had you muted for a second there, Jen.
But her kids I don't know if you saw in chat. I think Rochelle brought it up. If it was someone else, I'm sorry. But on the new reports, they say that Kaylee and JD had like I don't know, like it was like 15 or 17 minutes conversation that night. Did you see that one?
I heard about that one. I haven't gotten through all the documents yet. I guess I should probably persist on reading, just skimming through and reading, because I'm working through them backwards, because I figure everybody's way ahead of me as far as all that goes. So let me see.
Yeah, I just kind of like, scroll around, and I haven't really gone in any kind of chronological order, but I did notice that it seems like they didn't really start investigating Brian until like after they arrested him. I've yet to see really anything.
Yeah, it's all honestly
like in December. Nothing. There's nothing.
Good night, Beach Babe. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Love you too.
Good night.
Amy Conway's tempting me with chocolate sprinkle covered donuts. Darn it.
Yum. I'm hungry.
I'm down to 1 cookie or 2 cookies a day. So the weight will just come flying off. What was it saying?
About how I've yet to see any real investigation into Brian prior to his arrest.
Yeah, it's literally like they just threw him in jail. We'll figure the rest out later.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they did. What they did.
By saying throwing him in jail, they chased him across the country and gathered evidence from another state instead of getting it from the state he resided in, which is telling on its own, right? Right, Jage? Jage there?
Yeah. Like that whole story, how the FBI said, no, it wasn't us. We didn't direct anybody to pull him over twice in a row. No, it wasn't us.
Wasn't
Bullshit.
there, at one point, though, I thought that they admitted that, yes, it was us that pulled him over?
I don't know. There's an article I found that says something about 62 Indiana State police officers being involved, but it probably was a typo. But regardless, I cannot, I listen, that's just too much of a coincidence for me to accept. Bullshit. Like they just couldn't admit it because then they would have to admit that they had his name prior to 19. So, I call bullshit.
So the funny thing is, if they had his name on the 13th or 14th, they're sitting here having press conference after press conference saying
Then
we don't
everyone
even
allowed
have a
this
suspect.
Yeah, making everyone look for 2011 to 2013 launch. I was just wasting everybody's time. Trust us. Only come to us for vetted information. Just come to us.
Yeah, as
we're
long
the only
as the
ones who have correct
information's
information.
only coming from
Bullshit.
us, then it's official. Otherwise, you're a complete kook, hoaxer.
The roommates were
conspiracy
asleep.
theory.
They were asleep the whole time. Didn't wake up till late
Everybody
that
was
morning.
asleep in their beds.
Everyone was asleep. Yeah, totally asleep. It was nothing to see here. But yet, if you really like pay attention to the wording that they use in the press releases prior to Brian, where they were inquiring about Ethan and Xana, they said something to the effect of like investigators detectives continue to investigate what occurred during the hours of 9 p.m. to 1:45 when Xana and Ethan were believed to be blah 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 Sigma Chi, or were seen as Sigma Chi, something like that. And any information about their method of travel or routes of travel or something like that. Basically something like that they were asking the public for help with. And the fact that they said that, along with, listen, send us your photos and videos from that night. If there's something in the background that you're worried about getting in trouble for, don't worry about it. We don't care about that. We're not concerned about that stuff, just the investigation into the homicides. That tells me that they knew something happened, and they were looking to add context. That's their words. Add context to what occurred, and continue to investigate what occurred. So, what occurred? Tell me what occurred.
They don't know
You guys didn't know where they were. So, what occurred? Please inform me.
I keep saying this, but hey, David Bird, very good to see you. And Tanel Red, thank you for coming in. They live. I'm very happy to see you. Amy Conway. The thing that's disheartening the most, that shows that there was no investigation. They said they did this video canvassing of the area, right? And here they would have reports coming from the head shop and all these other places that the video data wasn't even collected until November 22nd.
And why did they only request video between 3 and 6 a.m. if they didn't know where Ethan and Xana were after between 9 and 1:45? Like,
you know,
what if they were on video between 1:45 and 3 a.m.? You only asked for 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Like, what the F? And they gave us like a boundary ahead of time. They're like, oh, when they came out with that map, they're like, okay, we're looking for video between this, you know, Taylor Avenue, Arboretum, blah, 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 blah. Like, how did you guys come up with that boundary? Like, what did you know?
That's
you know what I'm saying?
The problem with Ethan and Xana is that is the easiest part of the case to divulge because they had Life 360 on their phones.
Right.
So they know exactly where they were from minute to minute. And I think somebody was talking about how they can tell if you were holding your phone. I think it was Dago the other day. He was talking about they can tell if it was you because people hold their phones and they can do like a X and Y thing to figure out if it was you holding your phone, which is nuts.
Crazy. Yeah.
And so all that would be very telling because then we would know maybe they didn't have their phones. I don't know. The other thing is that audio, and somebody cleaned it up or raised it a little bit. You can hear loud discourse before what it sounds like somebody getting taken out between what it sounds like the perpetrator and the victim. So if you can hear it at 1112 or 119 or whatever, I think it's 1112, then you could definitely hear it in your bedroom happening right outside your door. And just to put this whole thing on, and here's the thing, in every document that I've seen so far, there is no mention of bushy eyebrows at all. Can you believe that? I mean, it's like they completely invented the PCA with total disregard for any truth whatsoever.
I find it really odd too that Jenkins came out and said that MPD had told him to come to the station like the next day. It was like the 20th, the next day after they had gotten Brian's name allegedly from the FBI, and how it was only him and no one else from like his department, and they told him to like keep it under wraps. Like, why are you letting him know now? You didn't even like look into him yet. Like, you just got his name last night. Like, chill out. You don't even know. Like, why are you notifying WSU, the chief of WSU police, when you just like, you don't even know if it's relevant? The FBI gave you his name allegedly. Like, what? Like, why? It's like they made their decision. Period. And how did the FBI do it so quick? Like, how they, if that family tree shit is like time consuming. It's not something you come up with in 6 days or something like that, whatever it was.
And they were so convinced, obviously, that the perpetrator would have had wounds on his hands or face that they cleared Jack Showalter because he didn't appear to have any visible scratches.
Right.
And then they take all these buccal swabs and boom, magically the DNA from the house disappears. Dude, I mean, I don't want it. It's just like you keep saying, Jen. I want it just to be BK and for me to walk away from this.
That's all I want. That's all I want for Christmas, Santa.
But it's like every step is closer to bullshit.
Overwhelming.
Welcome back, JJ. How you doing?
Howdy, Jen. Howdy, Kane. If I may offer some insight on some of the commentary there, you are correct, sir. This never could have gone to trial. And Bill Thompson, in a case back in 2000, when he couldn't force that fella into a plea agreement, they kept ramrodding it in there, and that's when Thompson charged dude's fiance and her parents as accessories to the murder. Now, her father, the fiance's father, flipped and testified against his wife and stepdaughter there, the fiance there, and homeboy Shackelford just overturned his death penalty sentence with the U.S. Supreme Court last year. Now, but that's what goes on with Bill Thompson. If he can't get you to take the plea, he's going to charge your family, and we know that's when they started rolling out in June. All of a sudden, all the propaganda in the media was Kohberger called his folks and sent that selfie. So we see kind of the elements of that same framework there, where it seems like that is perhaps what Thompson did here was, gonna charge Kohberger's folks as somehow accessories after the fact.
Yeah, because all of a sudden they showed up at court. Like out of all the times, like last minute, they're there in court. Like I don't know.
It's all very suspect. But in the case of 99, 2000, the murder in 99 there with the fellow who wrote Fight Club, Chuck Palahniuk's father, right? He allegedly answers a classified ad, meets this lady, goes to her house, and then gets murdered. Now, I don't know about the forensics with that body, but the forensics situation would, the evidence would exhibit that ain't the lady they say it is that died in that cabin. Shackelford's ex-wife, the man in prison, because one of the elements of that case that, again, Thompson ramrodded through the system there was the deceased body in the cabin, the burnt-up cabin, which is allegedly Shackelford's ex-wife and the lady that Chuck Palahniuk's father met for a date from a classified ad, allegedly, that day. That woman, the body didn't have a uterus. I'm sorry, the body had a uterus.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Shackelford's ex-wife had a hysterectomy. So somehow this dude still gets convicted of this stuff again, and then they forced it upon his family, his fiance, and her folks. Got the dad to flip, right? He got lesser charges as a result, right? So this is what they do. They're in Latah County, specifically relative to murders, and they got a suspect. They're going to put him in prison, and they're going to get their case done, and that's how they've done it in the past. So I suspect that was the framework here, but so it was never going to trial, never going to go to trial.
Well, here's an interesting piece of this document that I just read. That is witness 1, I see 1, 2, and 3, and check this out. On December 7th, Special Agent Zach Zaharkowski and I interviewed Blank Blank regarding his presence in Moscow on the weekend of the homicides, as well as his relationship with some of the victims. This was both an elimination interview and a victimology interview. Check this out.
I'm checking it.
Redacted name had come in.
Wait, that's quite a name. Agent Zakasuskis. What are we calling this guy?
I don't know.
What kind of Muppet? What kind of Muppet name is that? FBI Special Agent Muppet Zakahusky. So, all right.
They're calling this tip 5,594. The information in this tip alleged that Redacted resides in Coeur d'Alene and frequently visits Moscow, where he stays in a travel trailer. The tip further alleges that Redacted is acquainted with victim Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan and had pressured them to join him at his trailer on the night before the atrocity, but they refused. The tip further alleges that U of I student Redacted had refused advances over Labor Day weekend and that Redacted became violent and threw a vape at her. She said he lives in Coeur d'Alene and works at the blank in the blank department, police department. Blank said he had traveled to Moscow for the November 12th to 13th weekend. He said he had traveled to Moscow for the purpose of the football game and advised he had traveled to the game with Redacted's parents, who pulled their travel trailer for the game. He said that he had several friends that were students at U of I and said he had talked to Gonzalez, but they never dated. Dude, did you try to force her into your trailer? Or, I mean, it's like the questions that they asked him, oh, we'll just leave it at that we didn't date. Well, obviously, she didn't even want to go to his house. You think I'm going to date you?
How old is this guy? How old is this guy?
This is, I don't know. They give Kaylee's date of birth, I think.
They
Here.
should give his year at
Well,
least.
it's
or his age.
2001. So that would make them what at the time 21. So that might be no. That's the date of birth.
It says right there they're Snapchatting with each other, right? So this is some sort of relations with him at least, right?
Well, if this guy threw a vape at somebody and is in a blank department, is this the cop that did it, dude? I mean, fuck. Holy shit. Is this what they're covering up? And they're covering up the fucking name.
Did you see the
Holy
report
shit, dude.
where somebody's uncle, I think uncle, had works for the ATF or something like that, and he put on his jacket and like basically impersonated him and walked into the crime scene? Did you see that shit?
Wait,
no, I didn't see that.
Or say again.
Okay, some guy has an uncle, I think, or like a brother. Somebody in his family works for the ATF. I could be wrong about the 3 letters, but a 3-letter agency. And he put on his outfit, his little costume, and went into the crime scene and was inside the crime scene. And the tip was given by, I want to say, Sheriff Sight.
At 1122?
Yes. Hold on. I got to
So
find
this
it.
could
Give me
be
a
the
second.
person that planted it, but
Right. Like, it's just bizarre.
they are
Hold on.
terrified. That's why they had to stop this bleed of information, Jage. Holy smokes.
Hold on.
Dude.
I'm looking for it right now.
I can't even
It's mind-boggling.
believe the
It
shit
really
we're
is.
learning
Like,
right
this
now.
can't, this isn't real life.
This is not. Is this real world? Heather keeps
Is
calling
Right?
it.
Is this real life?
Are we
Heather
Persian?
keeps saying, "Is this real? The real life?" I'm like, "No, is this real world? It's a military."
Well, it is real life, but we live in a Muppet world, sir.
Why there's so many songs about? I played the original Phenomena from the Muppets, and that was on the Ed Sullivan Show in the '60s.
Classic.
Yeah, the original Kermit the Frog cartoons were advertisements for like a carpet store or something, and it had Kermit would pew whatever person that was talking. That was the whole stick of Kermit the Frog.
If you think about it, though, Jim Henson's probably a weirdo, right?
Definitely.
So
Strange guy.
not my aunt, because it's my uncle through marriage, but his sister dated Jim Henson in college briefly, and she said that guy's a total fucking weirdo.
I mean,
You gotta be weird.
Look at
weirdo
Spielberg,
to create
and
the Muppet.
I mean, the only one that seems to have his head about him is the Star Wars guy, whatever. Coppola's a
Are you
wacko.
kidding me right now? You talking about George Lucas?
Yeah, no,
Did
I've
you
seen
know?
your
Here's a
dissertations
George
on
Lucas fun
I
fact.
know.
Did you know that George Lucas was behind the camera at Altamont with the Rolling Stones incident?
Was he really? Well, you got to start
He's the
somewhere,
man.
right?
He's the man behind the cam, sir.
That's
Filming
fascinating.
that snuff film ritual, homicidal death ritual there at Altamont.
Wow. Holy shit. That's one way to. That's one hell of a way to start. Were they lost 6 lives or something at that? 3 lives at Altamont. The end of the '60s, right there. They call it.
Yep, they ushered it in, and there George was filming it all in the snuff film.
Damn. That is crazy. Lucas scum. Jedi scum. That's funny. Yeah, you got to admit, though, he's definitely left his mark on society. This is crazy, though. Let me read this again, bro. And here's another. I've gone across 6 things that have audio recordings that apparently, because Maddie's rights would be violated, we'll never hear. Holy shit. Let's see. I examined his arms and hands, did not observe any marks or cuts. He provided a buccal swab, signed the consent form. And then redacted said at the time of the homicides occurred, he was sleeping at his residence, located blank blank, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Blank said he had a roommate named blank. His roommate was at the apartment that night, blank. said he had worked blank on November 12th in Coeur d'Alene. He said he went to lunch with his family and roommate at blank blank in Coeur d'Alene. The next day he said blank was the first person to tell him about the homicides. He was unclear what had happened at first because some people were saying they'd overdosed and others were saying they had been stabbed. He texted with his friend blank, who had known blank blank and Kaylee, asking about what happened. Blank said it happened and it was all real. Blank said it was felt surreal. Blank said he would have no idea, no clue who would have done it. Blank gave biographical and victimology information. Refer to the audio recording for more information. And why do they keep putting this nothing further? It's just like, okay, that's it. We end it. What is this hospital checks? Damn, this is just chock full of nuts, dude. What do you think of that one, Jage? The guys. Let me go back. I wanted to read the part about the part. And as an ex-boyfriend of one of the victims, Blank was considered a person of interest in the investigation. I called Blank and asked him to come into the office for an interview. I guess this is Jack DeCour. Blank agreed and came directly. This call was audio recorded. During the course of our interview, Jack was completely cooperative and friendly throughout. The interview was audio recorded. Blank agreed to provide a DNA sample, which I took using that. Also consented to have his phone downloaded for us to review its content. This was done during the course of the interview. Blank telephone number was blank blank, signed as a consent form. I later transferred the buccal swab, and that was worthless. I scanned the consent form. Dude, there's a Jen. You got to put 2 and 2 together on this. They took all these buccal swabs, never bothered ever comparing them to the ones taken from the house, and then the ones taken from the house are destroyed.
Exactly. There you go.
Their cover up. What's up, reality?
And not to mention having all these different investigators doing interviews. That doesn't make sense because
they throw it all around like nobody has time to do the
there's
interview.
No consistency. No one's going to be like, oh, you know what? I remember. I mean, it shouldn't be. There was just way too many.
And why do you need to do 4 interviews?
Way too many hands in the pot.
If I may, that's so they can do plausible deniability later.
Right.
Like,
good point.
So, and we saw that with Brett Payne, his testimony about his bullshit PCA. Well, it was a community document. I don't really know what I signed for there. Well, he signed it, though. He signed it as a declaration. He didn't get it notarized. He did sign as a declaration, though. So you can't, it's not the same quite.
Did you guys hear that
perjury goes,
but just now? Was I the only one that heard that?
You're screaming at me? What's going on, sir?
No, the reason I bring it up because the same thing was happening in your lot the other day. It happened like 3 or 4 times. I think it was last night.
Where happened?
There's like it goes real quick, and it's like somebody's attacking the Chan there.
It wasn't me.
You didn't hear it in your life?
I didn't do it, sir.
I
didn't do it, sir.
Yeah, no, it's wild. I recognize it as the exact same sound. That's why I know it's not like just somebody scratching a pen across their phone or something.
Perhaps it was the Gooch.
The Gooch was guilty. Yeah, dude, so...
I don't know if I imagined this shit. I didn't imagine it. There's no way. I definitely read it. I can't find it again.
Well, you might have dreamed it. Dylan dreamed a lot of shit. She put the report, right?
I'm the only one to dream stuff.
But you know what?
Girlfriends.
It's weird enough to be true in this case.
What was it again? It was about whether or not they...
It was like somebody impersonated law enforcement, basically, and like went to the scene. And hold on, I gotta find it now. It's gonna annoy me.
There it was again. That might be your mic, Jen. It happened while you were talking.
It might be. It might be. I'm probably hacked. Hi, FBI.
Always asking about these wounds here. Okay, who is this one with?
Oh, and what's up with that locked door on the bottom floor? That's the entrance to the basement. I'm telling you, Kane, it's the fucking staircase to the old half basement from the old house.
So now that looks pretty clear. What
I assumed it was a heater, the water heater, or maybe the HVAC system.
Yeah, but like, why put a keypad on it, and why? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Combined with everything else that we know, or that I know about the fucking building plans, and just the way the house, you can clearly see when you look at the front of it, how it's got the brick on like the left side, and then the right side only has that. It's a retaining wall. It's for support. It only goes across half the house.
If it was a drop house,
underneath that half of the house, there is a half basement. Hence why they need that additional support beam, because then you have 2 stories weighing down.
All of that's certainly plausible, and it may be behind door number 1 there. But if it was a drop house, and again, back to pointing to Cy Ray's tale of his experience in a murder investigation he conducted as lead investigator in Gilbert PD. He describes an incident that sounds eerily similar to these things, and in that drop house situation there, and the murder he was trying to solve, because the cartel hit the wrong house and murdered the wrong folks, murked them. Apologize, Skittles, sir, Skittles, murked the wrong folks. Well, there was a situation when it was a drop house that is the actual should have been the actual target, and they had the situation was they just would come into that house. They had a key. They had a room with a cipher lock, on it, where they would just, store the drugs and come and get them, or the Skittles. Sorry, sir, Skittles. They would drop off the Skittles. So, the folks that lived inside the home had really no immediate interactions with it, and they had a lock on the door for the cartel to come in and out of to the little storage room, right? But so that's eerily similar circumstances to this door you're describing in this case.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Does it make any sense that the old house would just be that one like narrow front part? Like, no. There's no way. No way.
Well, to put a pin in that, Jage,
they
in the document I was reading previously, one of the tips was that one of the guys was security for somebody that brought illegal substances to the house. And the guy that provided security at the time of the investigation was in Spain. So he provides a report. They contact him, say they'll send an FBI agent to meet him, and then he lawyers up.
Say again, sir. Bring up this report. Say again, sir. I have not seen this report. Please bring up this report.
Yeah, that's why I started reading backwards, because I knew we'd get some
let's read that one backwards again, please.
Yes, sir. I knew you like this. Let's
get a reading Canebo session going, please.
All right. Hold on to your hats, folks.
This all sounds very interesting. I'm not familiar with this at all.
Please remember to hit that like button for us, just to get us up higher in that algorithm. We get more fun people to pick on in the chat here. Let's see here. I mean, okay, first of all, you have somebody that was a person of interest, that it was allegedly a cop in Coeur d'Alene that tried to force Kaylee and Maddie into his trailer the day before the fucking crime. Completely uninvestigated. Well,
it puts the lotion on its skin, or it gets the hose again.
Bro, can you help me with this? I can't seem to get it in my car. Oh, God. And then they're
Was she a great big fat person?
What?
Was she a large woman?
We're quoting Silence of the Lambs when Buffalo Bill tries to stuff that lady in the car and whatnot. This guy's trying to stuff Kaylee and Madison Mogan apparently in his trailer.
Well, that was also Bundy's trick. He had a fake broken arm and the seat removed from his Volkswagen Bug. Let's see here.
Well, I understand what you're saying there, and that is a portion of the tale. I'm not sure if that was his trick, but yes, that does seem to be a component of what's going on there. You do know when they arrested Bundy, they had no evidence against him. They simply arrested him because of the suspicious nature of his vehicle, because the seat was removed from the yellow Volkswagen.
Yeah, they watched him wash his car thoroughly inside and out several times. I think they said there was
Koberger or Bundy?
blood.
Which one?
Both, probably.
They didn't know. What are you talking about, Bundy?
Yeah, Bundy.
Kane, give me like 10
I'm not
minutes. I'll
familiar
be
with
right
that
back.
evidence, sir.
It was
Alright,
in
I'll
a
be right back.
documentary. I'm not saying I'm a scientist.
Well, there you go.
but
Was
I
it an
did
Amazon
work at a
documentary?
at
Was
a
Howard Bloom
Holiday Inn
involved?
Express
Hello?
last night.
Hello? Is this the purge? I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Was Howard Bloom involved in this documentary, or perhaps James Patterson?
I didn't know at the time. My facts are based on documentaries in a lot of these
I'm not
cases. Like
saying
when you look
Ted
back
Bundy's
at
innocent. What
Gabby
I'm saying is
Petito,
that
what do you think about Gabby Petito there, Jage?
Well, I'm not saying Ted Bundy's innocent. What I'm saying, there's a lot of propaganda there, right? He's definitely involved in some shit. He probably did some murders, obviously. I'll concede to those things, but we don't know the whole story there either, quite honestly. And he was a connected man, dude. He was the driver to the man who ran for governor in Washington. He was high up in the Rockefeller campaign in '68 for presidential campaign. He was he was a Seattle lead in that campaign. So this is a dude who's well integrated into RNC politics. He was chosen as an RNC rising star before he dropped out of law school and apparently went on a murderous campaign, right? Apparently.
Well, I was proffering to you about Gabby Petito and Dirty Laundry as far as you can't not say there wasn't weird shit happening there. You have somebody that is clearly the unaliver of his girlfriend that they just let sit in his parents' house for all this time, and then suddenly he disappears and then vanishes, no body, and everybody's like, oh, well, they found bones or whatever. That whole thing just reeks of weird. What the fuck happened?
I hear you, sir. I'm not familiar with enough of the details of that case to provide commentary. I do agree with you. What I do know, it seems very odd.
Yeah, nothing fits, and then you have the tip coming from some weird people that they interacted with the day before and all kinds of shit. What am I looking for again? I forgot.
Oh, Schindler's List.
Schindler's List Part 2 or Part 1?
Oh, yes. Schindler's List, Electric Boogaloo. Schindler's List Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
You've been paying attention.
I know. We're looking for that Spanish security fella.
Oh, the security. Yeah, that was my favorite read. Okay, so we started with the babysitting. I just went through that one. And I haven't heard anybody talk about this security guard.
I haven't gotten this far in my readings of the report, sir. What page is this? Where are you at?
I started at the end and went backwards. So
Well, that makes sense why I haven't gotten this far yet.
According to Brian Enton, page 600, when there's only 553 pages, but he read all 600 very thoroughly.
Well, you can't count, right?
Apparently not. I can't believe
He'll
this
read
is
anything on the
last
screen. He's Ron Burgundy, dude. He's Ron Burgundy.
Who is gonna override Meghan Marshall to get this temporary restraining order lifted? Who's gonna override her? Judge Hippler? He doesn't care.
No one cares, Kane. No one cares.
I care, damn it.
No, I mean in the state of Idaho, dude. That's what I'm saying. They're all in lockstep, are they not?
It's Twin Peaks times 10, dude. It's Stepford Wives. It's the whole thing that they show us all the time. Not here in Stepford. You know what makes Stepford real? With the Nicole Kidman. Do you remember when who's that singer?
Bill Blasky.
Blasky. I remember one time with Blasky. The one who has autism that sings we could have had it all. We could have had it.
Oh, Frank Sinatra.
Oh, we're rolling in the... Here, I'm gonna look it up because it's Jim Crockett crazy. Anyway, when she did her first appearance at the Grammys or something, Nicole Simpson or Nicole Brown Simpson, Nicole Kidman went up to her and she's like, "Oh, I gotta go." Adele. She went and told Adele that you're one of us now. And I get it. You're one of our celebrity, but what else did that? It just seemed like there was like a whole different world, just because she, Adele's really autistic. Known fact.
Are you telling me that Adele was working security for some Spanish company in relative to this audio situation?
All right, I'm going to read the document, damn it, and put it up to me. Okay, so he stated the house where the Skittles took place was a location where he provided security to individuals who delivered unknown items to the house. He stated he did not know what they were delivering, but understood what they were doing was illegal. Blank referenced several individuals by nicknames, but did not know any full legal names. His main associates were blank and blank. On one of their tips, blank stated they were leaving
Can you
Lewiston.
move? Pardon me, sir. Can you move the gooch? I can't read the screen where you got the gooch covering it.
You got it. Let me put the gooch behind me. Get behind me, gooch. All right, let's see. Now I feel creepy with the gooch looking over my shoulder. All right.
The gooch is watching you.
As one of their trips, I guess, to the Moscow 1122 house. Why would somebody make this up? And the reason it wasn't further investigated, Jage, is because the reporting party at the time of contact was in Spain. They offered him an FBI agent to provide his testimony, and then he lawyered up. So no further investigation. This just, to me, does not sound something made up. I don't know. It doesn't seem like somebody would go out of their way to make up.
Well, Lucy Morningstar seems to think this is all a hoax. What's her thoughts? She has some substantiation, I'm sure.
I don't know. She can't think better than me think. All the time think. Maybe.
She says, read it all, Kane. She says, read it all.
I was trying to before I was rudely gooched. One of their trips, blank stated, they were leaving Lewiston and heading for Moscow when a car crash happened in front of them. He stated the driver was ejected. Oh, and then but here's the thing, Lucy. If you're basing on this, they couldn't verify the car crash. He's working within probably 3-4 weeks worth of dates. And they investigated the one day, October 13th, 2022, of a car crash to verify his story. So that doesn't call bullshit. That just shows me they're fucking idiots. And they don't follow through thoroughly on anything. Here you have somebody saying, yeah, that house was somewhere we took illegal shit all the time. And on one particular occasion, and you can verify it because there was a car crash, and I got in trouble for stopping at a car crash where the victim.
And you're spot on, sir. Look right there. It says they expanded their search to October 12th and 14th. They kept a very narrow focus on the dates. Watch that date be like October 11th where that car crash occurred.
Yeah, it's probably the 12th. Literally, they can't go back or forward. And also...
No, it says right there they expanded the 12th and the 14th. They're still limiting their search only the very limited pattern, narrow.
Oh, I see.
Parameters.
Thank you. And the other thing is, if there was an accident within that week's time, since this car crash victim apparently survived, you're not necessarily going to see at the top of a report victim ejected through windshield. That might be buried, if even reported at all, in one of their freaking narratives. Get me fired up here, dude.
I mean, you make a good point. If it's a solo car crash, too, it's only going to be a failure to control your vehicle citation as well.
Oh, yeah, he does go on to say his feet were broken, which was wild. How do we know his feet were not broken?
It says later was punished by what?
He was punished for stopping at the car accident by having his feet broken. They broke both his feet. Blank stated he was... I think this is a different person that they're talking about actually in this third thing. It says Blank stated he was later punished by blank for stopping the scene of crash. He stated that blank broke both of his feet. I think this is a third-party testimony. I don't know. Because they kind of tossed, and they have everything's redacted. So he stated he was in jail from October 28th, 2022 through December 9th in Spokane, Washington. And on October 31st, 2024, Payne contacted the Spokane County and it stated blank was arrested in Airway Heights, Washington for assault. He was then transferred to Kootenai County on a warrant. Doesn't say shit about his feet not being broken. How do we know his feet aren't broken?
None of this narrative makes any sense. I feel like they're intentionally confusing whatever's going on here, because it goes on to say that none of this stuff matches up. They're going by weird dates of the arrest. He's already in jail during the arrest. None of this makes any sense to me right now.
Yeah, I don't. It's everything is
confused and overwhelmed. That's what they're doing. Why, you want me to go for longer? I'll leave.
So, what do you think was the salient points out of this? If you scroll to the top, what was the major claim here before we get lost in their
the title of this document is administrative information. The summary narrative was
let's just go to number one. What did number one say?
Oh, number one is that's where you got the information.
Right. Can we go over that again? No. Wait. Yeah. The narrative, whatever the report was. What was the thrust of this report?
I got you.
What's your 30-second elevator pitch? There was a security company, Spain. What was going on again?
Oh, you want to hear about the Spain stuff?
Yeah, dude, I like Spain stuff.
Let me see. Well, there are audio files related to this again that we may never see. Thanks.
So he stayed. Well, go back up. Go back up. I just saw one of the big points here to takeaways. So the claim, at least here, right? Whether or not it's valid. Sir, I don't know where you're going right now. Is this the purge?
Did I go up or down? I don't know.
I'm not sure what's going on right now.
I don't know what you want. You just want to interrupt me.
Please go to the top of the page, sir. Page 1, number 1, numero uno.
Okay, where we have Tyler Barrett conducted a phone interview.
That I don't know. No, it is O'Neill, dude. O'Neill.
That's down here then. Barrett.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Hold on.
No, the report from O'Neill, right? We were just at page 1, number 1 of O'Neill, bud.
Talbot. Okay, I see. Talbot.
Getting warmer. Oh, well, getting colder. Getting colder.
So it was the other way.
I don't know, dude. I'm just messing around with you.
Son of a bitch.
Well, I just want to say, like, obviously there's something going on there. It seems like they're narrowing their focus of this guy's report. There you go, right there. Well, where'd you go? Ah, damn it. I think I'm looking at YouTube. It's delayed, but it says that he did security for what at the house? That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to know what the core claim is there, because they seem to want to discredit that guy pretty quickly.
For illegal activities on more than one occasion. So, Ryan O'Neill made numerous claims during the interview about circumstances surrounding the Skittles and who was involved. He stated the house where they took place was a location where he provided quote-unquote security to individuals who delivered unknown items to the house. He stated he did not know what they were delivering, but understood that what he was doing was illegal.
So, is this guy an outlaw biker gang dude? This guy sounds like an outlaw biker gang dude.
Right.
So, if this guy's an outlaw biker gang dude, what he's describing sounds precisely the circumstances that I've presented, as far as that being a drop house and distribution point in which the outlaw biker gang folks do the security for.
And nobody asks any questions. They just know it's something illegal.
Exactly. Well, you ask questions, sir, you're going to get some answers, and you don't want them answers.
I think it alleges that he made the drop on, like,
What days is he in jail? Let me see what day. I'll find this. See what days is he in jail there in Kootenai County?
okay. He was arrested in Airway Heights, Washington on November 23rd, 2022 for assault.
Oh, guess what I found? I was
What?
looking for the other report, and I found what I assume is Joe Vito's report.
No.
Yeah, number
Would you
86.
care to
How did I
read
miss
that?
this? Huh?
I
I'm
would like to
assuming
hear
it's him.
that.
Yeah, go to. You can read it. I don't want to read it. It's
What do you mean
number
you read
86.
it?
No, I'm
Do it.
busy.
I've been reading all night, and JJ has been interrupting me.
Fine.
At least you want to interrupt you.
I've done nothing of the sort, sir. Please
You stand
continue so I can
accused,
interrupt you
sir.
again.
All right, it's number 80, supplement 86.
Hey, that's way up there. Hold on.
I'm assuming it's him. It's someone who's 33 who
Is he
was at the
a
Grub
large
Truck.
gentleman?
I mean, there's no picture. I don't know.
Is he a great big fat fuck? That's him.
She's a great big fat person.
So good. Oh.
Let me know when you are ready.
I'm on 31 there, missing patients.
You can just type in the page number. You know that, right?
What happened?
Oh, it's page number 261.
Wait,
if that helps you.
You said it was supplement 81?
Go to page 261.
I can't see
of
the
556.
page numbers here. Hold on.
You could type it in up top.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that.
You should be able to type it in.
261. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead and read. Thank you.
Okay. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. On November 15th.
It's the same. It
I'm
equals
skipping,
the same.
I know. Witness one, individual blankety blank, unknown male, 1989 birth year, 33. So, I mean, I assume it's got to be Joe. Let's continue. Narrative on November 15th, 2022, ISP Detective Hugh Powell and I conducted an interview with blank at the MPD department on blah, 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 Latah County, Idaho. Reference to video, audio, blah, 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 blah. He provided the following information. He left his apartment at approximately 8 p.m. on November 12th, 2022, with a female friend named Blank. They went to Mingles, a bar in Moscow, ended up meeting another female friend there, and the three of them left for Corner Club between approximately midnight and 1 a.m. At the Corner Club, he really noticed a girl who couldn't stand, quote unquote, was touching everyone, and he stated, I thought she was on something. So I was like, this chick is just your classic like college girl that took a pill and didn't know what it was or something, you know?
So wait, now he saw her at the Corner Club.
Well, no, remember he did say that. He on his little
Okay.
TikTok videos, he said that she bumped into him at the Corner Club, and he was like, ew, because I hate when girls touch me. Ew, cooties.
Yeah, like any girl ever touched.
Circle, dot. Now you got the cootie shot. Okay. So he says he was with a female friend and met another female friend. So I'm curious to see when long hair Hayden pops into the chat. So blah blah blah. College girl took a pill and didn't know what it was or something, you know. This female was later identified Madison Mogan. Blankety blank and
Wait,
another
Jen,
male.
hold on 1 second. Jage, was the family that previously lived in Buffalo Bill's house named the Naps?
Are you talking about a great big fat person?
Go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
Blankety blank and another male left Corner Club at approximate closing time and went to the Grub Truck, a food truck located in Moscow, Idaho. After they got to the Grub Truck, he noticed Mogan arrive with another female who was later identified as Kaylee Goncalves. Mogan appeared extremely intoxicated to the point where she was falling against the Grub Truck repeatedly. No, she wasn't. He noticed a male standing near Mogan and Goncalves and believed he was there with them. This male was later identified as blankety blank blank. He had a conversation with Blank at the Grub Truck. Blank said he was there just to make sure the girls got home safe. Blank asked him how he felt about being recorded and then pointed out the live stream recording on the grub truck, like the sign, I guess, that says you're being recorded. So I guess he's trying to play it off like, oh, I wasn't pointing at the girls, I was pointing at the sign. Let me see where
they continued talking.
Right. They continue talking about inconsequential topics like cars, the weather, how their night was going, etc. Yeah, right. Weird. It seemed like Blank knew a group of fraternity guys who were waiting at the grub truck. Mogan and Goncalves were whispering to each other, looking at Blank and giggling. He thought Blank was in the friend zone when describing the dynamic between the three. He felt like Blank was annoyed with the girls, saying he kept shaking his head at them, taking deep breaths and sighing. This is all new info. He didn't say any of this when he did his little TikTokies. A blue car, possibly a Honda, eventually pulled up near the grub truck, and he saw Mogan and Goncalves get into it and leave. He was unaware of, of Blank's location or actions until he reviewed the recorded live stream footage later, but had initially thought he left with them in the car. What? Dude, what?
How could he pointed to them leaving.
Right.
Oh.
But what's crazy, listen to me, listen. So Hayden Villa, the long-haired guy with the Christmas sweater, he commented on one of the TikToks that Joe had did. I have a screenshot. And he said the girls got into a blue car with a couple of guys who seemed like they knew them. Joe Vito did an interview saying it was a dark sedan, but this is now 2 times that we're hearing a blue car. Now, being that there was a report from, or the interview on the MPD reports of Jeff Kernodle and Jasmine saying that Xana worked Friday night at the Mad Greek. She might have been working Saturday too, or maybe she was somewhere else. I don't know. But it might have been her that picked the girls up from the grub truck. Maybe it was her and Ethan. Because he said it was the same color blue as Xana's.
Well, if we had the Live 360 information, we would know this.
Right.
They make the easiest part of the case the most difficult. Wow.
Right. Like he's literally there with his siblings and all his fraternity brothers, but yet we just don't know where he is.
Their location. Yeah. And his siblings had it too.
And that brings me to something else. Why did Jeff come out and specifically say that he spoke to Xana Saturday night and she was home with her boyfriend, but he never mentions that in his interview with MPD? They said the last time that they spoke was texting on Friday, if I remember correctly. So
Jack?
why would he mention that?
You talking about Jack?
No, Xana's dad.
Oh, Jeff. Okay.
I didn't.
That is weird as F.
In my head.
Yeah. Well, I don't know the last time he spoke with her technically, because the whole thing was done through Jasmine when they called about the pizza and the fight, right?
Right. Well, whatever that story is, he came out and did an interview off camera with some news station in Arizona and said that he had spoken to her and she was fine. She was just home with her boyfriend watching a movie or whatever the hell. Why did he not mention that? Why did they specifically say they didn't talk to her since Friday when she was at work? Like, that's a big thing to, like, why lie about that? It's weird.
The running to the car also as well.
What
Doesn't that seem suspicious? The way they ran away, you know? But
Who?
here, after hearing...
Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee and Maddie,
yeah.
And now after hearing JJ's prediction here come true about somebody making deliveries to this house on a regular basis.
Well, on that note, sir, I just looked up the character you're talking about, but please continue. I just want to interrupt you.
Oh, you did? Good.
Yeah, he's dead now. No worries. Don't worry about it.
Get the freak out of here, bro. That's the end, folks. I got to go home. Are you serious?
True story. You know what he got arrested for on November 23rd? He had an open arrest warrant in Spokane there.
Who is this?
Yeah, that was out of Spokane. What they don't mention in that report, though, is he was arrested in Lewiston.
Wait,
you know,
who?
Swiz's favorite town, with
Who
a
is
bunch of Skittles.
Who is this? Who are you talking about?
This is the guy who gave the testimony about having provided security for the
Oh,
people
shit,
that
he's
brought
dead?
illegal substances to 1122.
No shit,
Yeah.
he's dead? Damn.
Yeah.
That's
Do we
like
know
a
how he
reporter
died?
that died in a car accident, quote unquote. Fake reporter?
I'm
gotta
looking
be a
to
car
see how he died. He died on
Weird death.
January 12th
1
of
inch
this
of
year.
water.
It says.
Weird death.
I don't didn't say here anything about water, but it sounds like it was probably a drug overdose or Skittle overdose related, given the verbiage in the obituary.
Holy shit. Yeah, well, we know there was definitely some rugs involved in this residence. And
Well, it also appears this man was indeed an outlaw biker fella doing some transportations, as asserted in that report. Because what they leave out of that report is when he got arrested in Lewiston, he had a bunch of cash and Skittles on him, and then he had an arrest warrant on the assault out of Spokane. So they then extradited him to Spokane on that charge. But he did get picked up with a bunch of Skittles and cash in Lewiston.
what's his name?
All right, so yeah, what's his name?
It appears to be Jesse J. I'll just post the links. Jesse
I'm gonna
J.
throw something
Brebner.
else out there now.
Jason
So-
Jensen? Are you saying Pan?
Jason Jensen.
Jason Jensen. I feel like I've heard that name
No,
before.
it's not.
But you know that there's a photo.
He's a
There-
fake PI that operates out of a coffee shop.
Yeah. He was the one who
So-
went on the knife search, Jason Jensen. And I called him on the telephone.
This is the only fellow that meets those assault charges on November 23rd, and he was arrested in Lewiston under assault charges warrant out of Spokane, though, and his arrest date was November 23rd.
Well, you know that the G's have family that are outlaw bikers.
Yes, we
Indeed.
do.
And I recall reading something, I don't remember if it was WSU Docs or whatever, saying that somebody said that they saw Brian outside with like a guy with a Harley, like a biker with a Harley. Anybody else remember that? Or am I just making more shit up in my head?
No, I mean that was in the reports from
It
out
was,
there out
right?
of Pullman.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
I'm trying to look up this dude's address because he dies in St. Whatever they call that town. What's it called? St. Mary's,
Lewiston.
Idaho. That's a
St.
town
Mary's?
of 4,000 people, and that's the town that Brett Payne's from. It's also the town that Brett Payne grew up next door to Elon Musk's head engineer from, in that same town.
Brett Payne also owns a meat locker. I don't know if it's the same Brett
Well, I looked into that. I don't know if
like
it's owned by A
Boardwalk?
Payne. I'm not sure if it's Brett Payne though.
Payne. It's a Brett Payne.
Right.
Right,
It
there's
seems
a
to be
Brett
different Brett
Michael
Payne.
Payne that is a criminal that Tommy went ripping on, thinking it was Brett
Yeah,
Payne.
that wasn't the same one.
It was more likely the
they may be
singer from
competent in
Warren.
some cases, but they're not that bad. Like, come on, like no, it's too much. It's too much heat for them to too much risk. There's no way they were that stupid to hire someone with all of that. No way.
Here's
no way.
another fact. The passenger, 40-year-old Charles Reed Walter, was also arrested for possession with intent, and both individuals were booked in an Nez Perce County jail. So this is in Lewiston. And why in the report does Payne verify the arrest that it was in Washington?
Well,
Did
they
you catch
extradited
that?
him. They
Holy
extradited the guy to
shit.
Washington.
I'm sorry, what?
They extradited the guy to Washington on the assault charges. You can see right there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha.
So, but what they also leave out is the folks that arrest them there was the Quad City Drug Task Force that is owned and operated by the same folks perpetrating this false prosecution on Brian Koberger, such as Bill Thompson, such as Jenkins. They kicked off Sheriff Skittles there in Skiles, my apologies, in Latol County back in 2004, I believe, for some reason off the task force. But Mr. loves smelling his own farts. James Fry was on that, leading that task force as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's who sits on the board of that task force. All of these folks know of the or the Skittles situations, and it seems like we're seeing some machinations of more of that knowledge right here when they obfuscate some of those details from this report.
Heather's calling you sus again. Tax Max.
Dude, she's always calling me sus, man.
Thunderclap. Chipmunk Cheeks is back. What's up, cutie? How you doing? All right. Wow, dude. Wow, good investigation. That was quick work, man.
Would you believe I have a team of Muppets working 24/7 on these?
Okay, how about this? This does sound like a dirty bike. I mean, an outlaw biker named Charles Reed Walters. Can we verify kind of affiliations or something somehow with these people?
I'll work. I'll get my Muppets on it, sir. I'll get my team of Muppets
get a team of them working on it. We're at 4 hours, 44 minutes here on The Purge. We're just getting started. We have JJ Vance from Operation GCD with us, and also Jenn from At Criminal Confidential, who we've missed dearly. We're also missing the Grizzle Stick today. But yeah, I keep ambushing her with attack videos. So I appreciate
give me a
you
little bit of at least give me like 2 hours. I mean, I have a life, dude.
I meant, like I said, so many things going on for me right now. It's hard to keep up.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blam, blam.
Excuses. JJ, when did he tell you about it?
Oh, he keeps ambushing me. I declare otherwise. In fact, tonight I told him I was busy until 8 o'clock, and he demanded to start at 5 anyhow. So, it's MK Ultra. It's MK Ultra.
So what do you say, guys? We dig into another couple docs here and take some more looks.
Oh, I thought we were calling it in. We cannot call it. Is this still The Purge?
We're copy of a receipt here. Gonzalez Kaylee. Why do we have a receipt? Look at this. Blue Hawaii.
Yeah, I didn't know how that was.
Oh, that's
like, why did it care where she was drinking in October?
Like, I tell you, these kids never stopped drinking, I don't think. And there's also, if you look back, and let's take a look real quick in a book, and let's see here. We're going to look at my reel. Real quick, something I noticed that I think Jage will appreciate in all his mighty wisdom here. Okay, so hold on first.
Everybody wants to talk about twin flame sex.
And then we're going to go into a picture in the reel right here that I saw of Maddie.
Wait. Go to page 266. It says victim 1, someone who's 19. Like who? What victim was 19? I mean, was she considered a victim? I guess I don't know. Probably.
What document? Because I'm on.
It's like right after. It's like one of the ones right after the receipts. I think it's like number 88. Hold on 1 second.
88.
Yeah. Uno minuto.
Property info. Victim 1. Age 19. Yeah, born in 2003. Victim 1. Interesting. Room search. ISP Joseph Lake. And this was done on 11/19. And let's see. Members of the investigative team were present. It says narrative. On November 19th, 2022, at approximately 2:20 p.m., I searched Blank's bedroom with FBI TS Hadaway with other members of the investigation team, including crime scene lead Talbot. Blank's bedroom is the blank located room within the residence. Is the blank located room. During the time of the quadruple, Blank reported she witnessed the suspect, later identified as BK, at close proximity while she stood in a bedroom. Okay, so this is for Dylan, I guess. She's considered victim 1, not of Hispanic origin. All right, I was in 88.
What's weird though is you see like they have like the charges listed. I didn't see that on like other docs.
Well, wasn't she 20 at the time? Is this just another typo?
That's what I thought. So I was like, wait a minute, who was 19?
Everybody was either 20 or 21.
And if you, look at the top, right? The top section where it says administrative information. I haven't seen where it says offense, red rum, blah, 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 blah. Like, haven't seen that. I mean, it may be on one of the docs or whatever, but so far it doesn't seem to be something that's consistently included on these other docs. So I wonder, why do they include it on this particular search, and why did they wait till the 19th to get a search warrant?
her
just her
room. That
room.
was
Like,
part of a
yeah,
crime
it's just
scene.
weird, right? Something's weird, right?
Yeah.
Very odd.
Here's 2 more documents saying what a weirdo Kohberger was. Oh, here's something interesting. Sean Prosser, along with Detective Gary Tollinson, interviewed blank blank in connection with her knowledge and interactions with BK in Pullman. Also present during the interview was Washington State Attorney Adam Malcolm. Prior to the start of the interview, blank confirmed she was happy for the interview to be recorded. How did I get a text and not get a text? Happy to have the interview recorded. Blank is employed, blank, blank, blank. She has held this position for approximately blank, blank. During the normal course of her duties, she regularly interacted with BK. This occurred during, so that must be Washington State University she works for. She regularly interacted with BK. This occurred during new student course orientation, course functions, and other related activities. Additionally, Kohberger was present at blank blank during an early semester student meet and greet barbecue. Blank position also requires she interacts with students to discuss core options and any issues students might have. This includes student interactions with faculty members and other students. As a result, she is a repository for complaints made by students. She described her initially interactions with Kohberger as ordinary, noting he came across as lonely. Blank is also from Kohberger's home state of Pennsylvania, and Kohberger would strike up conversations about hiking in the local area. As weeks progressed, Kohberger would hang out in the hallways of the blank and her office. Blank described Kohberger as creepy, and he would simply stand at her desk, stare at her or her coworker. Blank, 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 at one stage blocking the coworker in her desk area. He would also follow them out to their cars at the end of the day. The continued behavior resulted blank arranging blank to meet at 1700 hours after work to escort them to their cars. Blank said complaints from faculty members, administration staff, and students referred to blank, blank, blank. These complaints reference his rude, belittling behavior towards women and his unprofessional dealings and his blank, blank, blank. This resulted in a mandatory training class for all graduate students regarding behavior exceptions. She said during Kohberger's attendance in the class, he sat at the back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Blank said in a total 9 complaints have been filed against BK. Refer to the recording detail. Case continued. Why is this one the case continues? All the other ones are case closed.
There's a couple that say that, but I'm not in looking at YouTube, so I don't know what report you just read, but did you see report
91.
number? Okay, number 90 literally says at the end, it's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God. Okay. It says on the recording, I mistakenly said December 9th when it was 2023, when it was in fact January 9th, 2023. Yeah, right.
I misquoted the date of the interview.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. How convenient for you. Like, fucking, give me a break,
9 complaints against him, and they literally had to have a student body-wide thing about creepy behavior because of BK. And he was there with his arms behind his head. Interesting. Interview. What is this? Witness 1. Oh, this is about the pool part. Police Captain Jay Kemp and I, ISP Sergeant Jay Stennett, conducted an interview of blank blank The interview took place at the blank in Pullman. The interview was in reference in meeting Brian Koberger at a pool party in July 2022. Blank was employed by Washington State University, I assume. Blank, she was not associated with Koberger at WSU. She met Koberger at a pool party on July 9th. The pool party occurred at blank, located near the University of Idaho campus. When she met Koberger, they had a brief conversation about hiking interests in the area. She told BK she had a hiking group she could introduce him to, and the two exchanged phone numbers. She could not recall Koberger was drinking at the pool party. Nothing in particular stood out about Koberger. After the homicides, Blank searched her phone, remembered Koberger had sent her a text. The text was as follows. Hey, I am pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoyed that activity, so please let me know. Thanks. Blank believed an individual named Blank Blank invited Koberger to the party. For further details, refer to the recording of the interview. And they really leave us hanging on that, who invited Koberger to the party. What do you think, Jake? He's usually just jumping at the chance to interrupt me. Working with the
It's either Zach Cartwright, or Christian Martinez, his neighbor. It's one of those dudes.
The Oriental fellow.
That's the story we're told. But see, this girl she was the one that showed the text message, and they interviewed her in the Dateline one, I think. I don't know, one of these freaking hit pieces. But she's like BFF with the wife of Brian's neighbor, if I remember correctly, or the girlfriend of his neighbor or something like that. She's in the little circle. So how convenient. You just happen, she happens to be the one that he texts. Big deal. He doesn't know anybody. He's new in town. He wanted to go hiking. Why is that creepy? I don't get it.
Well, one thing they keep saying is that he blocked females' exits.
I believe that because of his disability, whatever the frick it's called, and it said something about spatial awareness, being an issue. I mean, that would explain him tailgating. I'm just saying, and it could just be something like that. It doesn't have to be nefarious. I mean, come on. We got Jack Decor with blood in his apartment and forgetting that he spoke to Kaylee for 15 minutes that night. But nope, that's not nefarious.
This is supplement 95.
It's just crazy how some things are just nothing, no big deal. That's fine. Totally normal to follow people out, women out to their car and not even say a word, and totally normal.
This is a suspect 1 that is 33 years old, and they interviewed him and at blank, 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 Idaho, where he was employed. An email tip.
What number is this?
This one is, want to read it? 95.
No, not 90 what?
Come on, bro.
I'm sorry.
You're a good reader.
Go ahead. No,
now I lost my place. I can't even. Go ahead and pick up where I left off.
I don't even know where you started.
Requesting detectives investigate, and this is called Suspect 1. Suspect 1 right there. Had been sent to requesting detective investigate the whereabouts of a subject, 33 years old, most likely to be blank, on November 12th and 13th, due to his lengthy behavior issues and his living within close proximity of 1122. Moscow officers were able to provide information regarding blank, including his employer. Blank agreed to sit down to an interview at 1200 hours. The interview was recorded. Blank did not know anything about the unalivings on November 13th. Blank said he did not know any of the victims. Blank had not heard anything around town and was only familiar with the case based on what has been released on the news. Blank confirmed he lived on blank near the areas when it occurred. Blank said he was at the blank church. That would be Christ Church. during the evening hours of November 12th, 2022 until 2200 hours following activity night at the church. Blank from the church returned Blank to his apartment where he remained until going to the Blank Center on November 13th at 1200 hours. Blank was alone in his apartment. Blank works on computers and watches movies while at his apartment. Blank initially heard about the unalivings at work. Blank did not see anything unusual and seemed truly concerned about it and wished he had more information. Blank said he does not spend time around the Greek community. I wonder if this is Aiden Anderson. Interesting. Are you guys still with me?
I'm still here. Does anyone know what is Division of Governmental Studies and Services? Anyone heard of that before?
I mean, another alphabet name. Here's another suspect one, 26 years of age.
Lots of suspects.
Shit. Blank said he was at work at Blank until 23 hours on 11/12/2022. Blank met with his girlfriend, Blank, at John's Alley Bar. Blank was unsure of times in the early morning hours, and after leaving the bar, but confirmed a Moscow police officer gave Blank and him a ride to Blank apartment due to her amount of intoxication. This is so hard without the names. Blank walked home from Blank apartment and remained in his apartment. What? Walking at 13 to 1400 hours on November 13th, 2022. Blank said blank was in the apartment with him and was still there sleeping when Blank left in the afternoon hours. Blank said he learned of it on the news. He did not know the victims. Blank removed his sweatshirt, showing me his arms and neck. There were no marks on his arms, neck, or face. So, not having scratches in this case makes you innocent instantly.
Yeah.
That's the clearance. That's where all the clearance of all this shit came from. That is enough for them to say that you weren't involved if you're not scratched. And if Maddie was sleeping, why is she the only one with DNA under her fingernails?
She had, like, I think Ethan's DNA under her fingernails was, like, the highest number, if I remember correctly.
It was Ethan's, huh?
Right? It was Ethan's, yeah. It's just crazy.
Yeah, but BK didn't have scratches, but he wasn't cool.
Right, like, they literally gave us a picture of him with the thumbs up that was hours after, and there's nothing. He's got no cut, nothing. But you got people blood in their apartment, falling out a window, cutting some chicken. Like, come on, give me a break.
And you have this who are so close to the house and the victims, but nobody knew them very well.
Yeah.
It's so
and you had two neighbors that came out early on and said that there was like loud music playing. There was a party somewhere, in that vicinity. They lived in the Queen apartments. And then you have at least 2 or 3 reports that I saw where people said that they saw activity in the house. And then you have all those cups and, beer pong and all that shit. But yet we're told that they were just hanging out. Some girl, a couple girls just watching Vampire Diaries, eating popcorn on the floor, hanging out. So where are all these cups? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Listen to this, dude.
Contradictions constantly. It's
Suspect 1, age 76. On December 27th, 2022, ISP Rochester, Minnesota. Information and writing. Okay. Officer Lonian passed along information and writing received from redacted, born 1946. Blank, a resident of blank, sent a lengthy written rant to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester. Oh, which was intercepted by Officer Lonian. Officer Lonian was concerned about the rant and blank proximity to Moscow, Idaho, on November 12th and 13th. Officer Lonian emailed a copy of blank writing from November 22nd. The body of the text was mostly incoherent. Officer Lonian said the totality of the writing was over 100 pages and seemed to be written as dated entries like a diary. I was able to contact him by phone. It was recorded, and blank knew I was calling regarding the documents sent to the Mayo Clinic. He says he sends documents to many government entities and seemed to have concerns or delusions regarding electronic devices.
I remember seeing some kind of crazy shit like that from the Pullman docs. Like somebody sent this long ass email with like, I mean, it was a little much for me.
Constanega Street, Colt Road. Homeowners who had cameras facing the roadway were met with and confirmed on November 19th, this big canvas that they did, and could not locate any vehicles due to the cameras not activated. Walkway of the house, video footage, no vehicles. During my canvas, I met blank Constanoga Street. Blank was in his driveway and left a message reiterating witnessing the SUV. Okay, he said, during my canvas, I met blank Constanoga Street. Blank was in his driveway on November 13th between 0400 and 0500 hours, working on a vehicle. Blank recalled seeing a dark, larger SUV southbound on Constanoga Street 0400 hours. Blank called me on December 16th and left a message reiterating the witnessing the SUV. Emails exchanged with blank and the message left by blank were placed on disk and given to the MPD to be attached to the case file under this supplement. This report and all additional supplements are now finalized. So here they've given us a supplement, but all of the meat of the supplement is on a disc that we'll never receive. Holy shit. Ooh, victimology triage. What? What? On December 7th, 2022, I telephoned blank, who claims she knows victim Ethan Chapin and others, and was present at the blank party with her best friend blank. She believed Ethan wasn't acting himself and keeping to himself. Blank, she later stated, she may have mistaken the identity of the person she believed was Ethan. What the fuck? She provided via email a vague video from the party. No evidentiary value was obtained in the video. The provided video is added to evidence data of this report. On December 14th, I telephonically interviewed blank, explained she has known Kaylee from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Although blank was a couple years ahead of Kaylee in school, they were friends. Blank sorority, blank Kaylee's blank within the sorority. So maybe her little sister or something? Kaylee had two sorority blank and sisters. Why did they redact sisters? And worked for the couple years at the beginning of the 2020 school year. Helped Kaylee obtain an internship with Echo, whatever. Echo is a small company, and during Kaylee's internship, she worked within several elements of the company, sales, marketing, etc. Her boss was blank, who was based out of Canada. Kaylee was in the pipeline for a full-time position, but the official offer had not been presented. It was known to blank that Kaylee would be moving to Austin, Texas, and working for the company based out of Texas. Blank had not had regular or routine contact with Kaylee, but they did periodically talk over the last couple years. Okay. It was a paid internship, being paid between 20 and 27 hour, toward the 27 hour. Let's see. Blank is a close friend. She believes Blank is a violent person and provided her version of an incident at a Halloween party when Blank was making rude comments about other people, and Blank, close friend, corrected him, Blank, boyfriend. Blank stepped in and was struck by Blank. Blank then grabbed Blank by... These people are violent over there. So why is it such a surprise that they would do this? Is anybody out there? I used to have these voices inside my head. One was JJ and one was Jenn. I'm sorry, guys, I got lost in the... They later reconciled the differences. It was rumored that Blank and Blank had hooked up in a sexual relationship. She feels Blank objectifies women and is a violent person. See FBI investigation for interview of Blank. Skiles received a tip that stated Blank, a former police department Blank, could be responsible for the quad unaliving. I conducted follow-up with Moscow Police Department and obtained telephone information from the MPD. Blank, who had maintained communications with Blank, travels in location. Blank is not a person of interest for the investigation. On a telephone interview with Blank, is Blank friends with Ethan victim, and I knew victim Kaylee Gonzalez from a previous neighbor, but were never close. She did not have contact or any relationship with Mogan, or the surviving victims, or Blank. Blank recalled Ethan always being the funny guy in the room, and Xana knew and was liked by everyone. Blank had attended the Blank party with the Blank and ran in both. They were believed both in good spirits. So here's already contradicted. Blank believed Ethan's best friends were Blank, LNU, Blank, and Blank believed Xana's best friends were Blank. Blank had never been to 1122 King Road and doesn't know anyone who would want to hurt the victim. There is so many people of interest. It is absolutely now even more money. There's another suspect. Oh, there's Brian Gisford Koberger. Witness, 26-year-old. Witness number 2. I don't know. Witness 4, witness 3, witness 4. These all... Okay. So this person says she met...
Real quick, you see what I mean about, okay, the report that was for Dylan's room, it had on that top administrative section, it listed the charges on that report about searching her room. But like, so far I haven't seen it on any other document. Have you found one?
This is the first time I've come across this one.
I mean, something's up there. It seems weird. I've been searching while you've been talking, and I can't find any.
What is this model CRV Honda that was released to owners?
I've seen a couple of vehicles released that were not the ones at the scene, so I don't know what the fuck.
So this one says that Blank stated she was first met Koberger on campus at a meet and greet for the PhD program. Blank would later clarify that the event date was August 17th. Blank explained she and Blank, who both came from the Blank together, attended the event together, provided a phone number, Blank, for Blank after the event. Blank said she and Blank talked about Koberger and did not really like him based on their interaction with him. Blank said she tried to give Koberger the benefit of the doubt as he appeared to be trying to overly impress them. Koberger, 2.5 hours late. Began to tell others for suspect takes before Blank. About a week after the event, Koberger began to tell others Blank takes Blank for blank. Suspected Koberger may have looked in her bathroom cabinet and observed her prescriptions because she does not openly share about her blank. Holy crap, guys. 5:15. JJ, did we lose? I think JJ might have fallen asleep. Sig butt. Oh, here's the Sig butt.
Yeah, someone who lived in Pullman, a 41-year-old male in Pullman.
What?
They were surveilling and collected a Sig butt.
Oh, shit. I, along with ISP Detective Herman, Mr. Herman, paging Mr. Herman, conducted surveillance of the residence. While conducting surveillance, we observed a male who appeared to be Blank. The male would come out every few hours to smoke cigarettes on the west-facing steps to the entrance of the building. At approximately 1512 hours, I observed Blank put out his cigarette between his feet. Blank then began smoking his second cigarette. When he was done, he again put the cigarette out between his feet. I could see 2 cigarette butts between his feet. A few moments later, Blank stood up and went back inside. After he got up, the cigarette butts were not in the location where I saw him leave them. Blank was... This was on and on and on and on. Detected officer and asked about taking the cigarette butts. Yeah, so...
They surveilled this random person, but, like, they couldn't just, like, take some of Brian's trash from, like,
well,
his
here's the
apartment.
thing, is... You know what it looks like? Is they had collected this DNA, buccal swabs and cigarettes and all this stuff, and they had the DNA from inside the house, and before they could do anything with it, they trashed it, and so now they're like, well, we can't prove that shit, let's just blame it on BK and stick with it, because otherwise we're screwed, and all the pressure's on us. And all the pressure's on the University of motherfucking Idaho.
Yeah, it's off of them. Exactly.
I mean, they have all this other DNA, all these other suspects and witnesses. Holy crap, I can't even... JJ, Earth calling, JJ, Earth to JJ. Alright, I'm going to rage quit it right there, Jen. Say goodnight, Jen. Everybody has to watch my commercials.
Good night, Jen.
Love you guys. Have a good one. I appreciate you being
Bye.
here. Thank you. Sorry, Jage fell asleep.